Hey guys, here, and yeah, our event will begin very soon, and very happy that everyone will be here and join the first ever marketing event in Singapore. And this is Olo, a partner of TechFlow, and I will be the host of today. And very happy to all of you come here and welcome all the Web3 marketers. And I'm so amazing that right now we have over 1,000 registers and many guests is online to see our presentation. And we are also very happy to invite many distinguished speakers this event. And before we start event, I want to do a brief introduction about this event, all the journey. The first part, we will share more about the marketing insights. And the second part will be the user growth. And the third part will be the regional marketing. And so we will first welcome Xinjun Liang from...
Maybe we inform them.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We still have quite a lot of the first classes here. So if you want to join the first class, feel free. There are very cozy chairs here.
Yeah, please come here if you want. And okay, let's invite Xinjun Liang from Xin Family and Fuxin Internal. Welcome.
Just speak into the mic, and you can.
Okay, thank you, all of you. Thank you very much. And my English speaking is not so good enough. I will try bilingual language. And first, I will say, yeah, the GM company is very good. Growth and marketing, that's the topic all of us from the Web3 should try to focus. So, 就是我们可能还是要更多的围绕链上资产跟用户以及社区成员交互的 GMV 增长作为我们的这个最重要的一个指标。Web3 的这个社区还是非常小的，到现在为止我们的独立用户数也就是大几千万，这个日活也只有大几百万，所以是非常非常有限的。所以我觉得所有的从业者的话呢，是需要围绕资产的增长、用户的增长，以及社区成员的交互的产生的 GMV 的增长，这三点呢，来找到我们未来的价值。So I just want to say, the most important for all of us in the Web3 ecosystem, we should try to do our best to for those growth, the assets on chain and user number on chain, and also the interoperator between the society members and all those GMV from their interoperator. 那么我首先想讲一下资产。资产的话呢，我觉得增长呢，的确很多人围绕这个，一个是 RWA 啊，最近是有很多的。那么 RWA 这个呢，我觉得很重要，它可以更多的吸引 Web2、Web1 的用户，特别是吸引很多传统金融资源。其实传统金融资源一直跟我们 Web3 是两张皮，但是如果用 RWA 的模式的话呢，我觉得会更容易吸引到这个传统金融资源。So first I want to talk is how to grow our assets on the chain. So I think of course one concept RWA will be very good because it really help to attract the results from the Web 1, Web 2, and also more importantly, attract from the traditional finance results. Because traditional finance results, they are not so friendly to the Web 3. So RWA will be help. Another important is how to grow the credit assets. 那么在 Web3 这个里面呢，其实我们有一块很大的缺失，相比传统金融。传统金融有非常大的一块信用资产。那么信用资产呢，在 Web3 里面非常难做。但是我想，随着 DID 的这个技术的成长，隐私保护下的这个用户的资产权益回归，以及呢变现的技术的成长呢，我认为都是有机会的。这其实我也认为是 GW 集团呢，GM 集团应该考虑的。So I think the credit assets is a very important part in the traditional finance service. But here is a very few we already funded in the Web3. So of course we need a new technology like DID and privacy protection, so like that technology support. 第二点就关于用户增长的问题呢，我觉得我们要更多的去促进链上原生用户的使用频度，还有包括呢他们产生的 GMV。其实我现在如果看项目的话，我还是会很在乎啊，不是说单纯你的社区有多大，社区的用户有多少，还是希望看到社区用户的交互的交易，或者他们交互的活动的频繁度以及规模。如果到现在你只是讲一个社区的概念，那是没有一个这个成员之间的交互的 GMV 啊，或者是业务规模的话呢，其实作为投资方来说是很难去预测你的未来的。当然这里面的话呢，我觉得一个是基于 DID 的社区，包括信用资产的玩法等等吧，都是会促进用户增长的。所以这个呢，我觉得都是需要 Web3 的一些创新的这个 growth 跟 marketing 的这个 model。So I think if we're talking about the user growth, so one important is I try to encourage the native user more often, more often join, and also we should concern their GMV come from their activity. And second. 在用户方面的第二点呢，我觉得是传统的 Web2 的用户的转化和升级是很重要的，因为这个 native 的用户啊，现在我们都转化好多年了，现在就是4、5千万、5、6千万，碰顶了就7、8千万，我认为就是 native 的在76亿人里面的一个天花板了，再有增长可能增长个10啊、20啊就不得了了。所以如果真的我们需要到6、7亿的用户、16、17亿的用户呢，我觉得是要重视传统的 Web2 的这个用户的转化的，转化很自然可以去考虑的话呢，游戏的用户转化，因为他年纪轻嘛，他也更多的接受这个东西，所以怎么样跟游戏结合是很重要的。第二呢，我觉得是金融，因为现在尤其是 RWA 提出来之后呢，金融的很多平台的控股者，他有意愿。那么未来的话呢，我觉得就是消费。那么当然，消费的问题呢是有依赖于我们整个基础设施的。现在这个 Web3 的基础设施还不足够支持这个消费级的应用了。那当然这里面的话，我们从 Web3 能够提供给这些传统的用户转化的话，比较重要的话，我觉得就是Play to Earn 的这个升级，也就是激励系统跟 Web3 的协同工具的引进啊，可以直截了当的促进像积分啊、道具啊、会员身份的。这个通过 Web3 的方式啊，融入进来一些新玩法，就是传统行业里面的积分啊、道具啊、会员身份啊，怎么样通过 Web3 的工具的引入，然后呢产生新的玩法。所以这个呢，我觉得也是需要呢有系统性的 Web3 的整合营销的方案的。I just want to mention how can we encourage the traditional user from Web2 upgrade to the Web3. So I think, yes, one, maybe we should try to find out how to help gaming and also the finance, then the consumption scenario. Of course, one way maybe we can do is try to upgrade the play to earn, help those Web2 guys more high efficiency, growth. So this need a more systemly Web3 total solution。第三点呢，我想讲一下这个对这个 growth 跟 marketing 比较重要的就是技术的增长了。现在一个呢，我觉得整个 Web3 呢还是缺少能够适应大规模的 to C 应用的性能的要求的，这个性能是需要升级的。这个升级呢，我们最近看到这个 Layer 2啊、Layer 3的技术呢，很大程度上可以 cover 了。那么再一个的话呢，就是新的公链，我觉得都是有想象力的。另外一个呢，我想特别提到就是GPT 的 AI 的深度融入。那么有一个观点是我最近在思考的，就是 AI 创造的内容啊，可能会大大的超过人类用户。所以 Web3 的架构的话呢，更有利于机器的 AI 语言的 逻辑的沟通。这样交流交易逻辑的都会发生根本性的变化和进化，所以这点我是最近在考虑的。我觉得如果 Web3 的这种价值流通跟激励体系的话呢，会极大的促进那个GDP AI 的升级和进化。也就 GDP AI 在 Web3 的应用之后啊，会促进 Web3 的快速的交易，因为 GDP AI 它用的就是机器语言，机器语言不用人类语言那么复杂的去转化跟去翻译了，OK， 我时间够了，我就简单讲，我就不穿越了，所以我觉得呢，最后一点就是在去全球化的趋势下呢，我觉得 Web3 是非常好的一个机遇。相比过去3-5年的话，我觉得未来3-5年 Web3 会有更大的外部动力来推动我们，因为运用 Web3 的技术呢，会更好的实现全球化的2.0，也会更好的帮助企业跟这些工业呢取得更好的效率。那么这样的话，你对于资本来说就没得选了，肯定会愿意大规模的加入。So thank you so much. 谢谢。
Okay, and big thanks to Liang. And next speaker is Amanda. Let me also do a brief intro about Amanda. And Amanda is absolutely a pioneering explorer in Web3 marketing. And she's the founder and CEO of Serotonin, a very top Web3 agency, and also the ex-Consensus CMO. So let's welcome Amanda for her presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. And I want to start by thanking our incredible hosts. And thank you for coming and being interested in learning about Web3 marketing. So we're going to talk about mastering marketing in Web3. First, I want to introduce myself. I'm Amanda Cassett, aka Amanda.eth. I started contributing to the Ethereum project around 2015, joined Consensus as Chief Marketing Officer in 2016, where my teammates and I built the first Web3 marketing team and developed a lot of the best practices that brought Ethereum to market, in addition to products like MetaMask, Infura, Truffle, Gitcoin, and also a ton of things that didn't work. Things were experimental, exploratory, and what we were able to do is showcase what was possible with Ethereum so that more builders could come into the space, which is what's really important. After about 4 years there, a number of my original teammates and myself left to start Serotonin, which quickly became the largest Web3 marketing agency as well as product studio, and we've now spun out several products as well. Really excited that we are growing quickly in APAC. We're actually opening offices in region next year, and we are hiring and growing quickly. So please come talk to us. We're building our playbook right now for expanding here. And for bringing companies from here to the global and English sphere of influence audience. So I'm going to start with some tweets from Chris Dixon, who runs A16Z Crypto, which is one of the largest US crypto funds, which is Web2 is built on advertising. Big companies like Facebook and Google make most of their money on advertising, and many Web2 startups build their customer base using advertising. When you build a business on advertising, the theory is that if you retain enough customers, the long-term economics work out and you'll eventually be profitable. But Web3 takes a different approach by letting users and builders participate in the growth of networks as genuine owners. That means you no longer need advertising. Tokens are self-marketing. When someone genuinely owns something and feels skin in the game, they want to evangelize it. That's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about the protocol for marketing because that's unchanging and it's been the same thing for a long time. We're going to talk about how Web3 changes the game, like what Chris Dixon was talking about in those tweets, which is all about building Web3 community. We're going to have some themes that recur, like aligning incentives, solving for 0 to 1. You might have seen Peter Thiel's book, right? You've read his book, 0 to 1? Product market fit. The idea of actually aligning with your customers and building a product that has market fit. So there's no way around the fundamentals of doing marketing right. There's no fast hack to building genuine community and building genuine product market fit. And these are the fundamentals regardless of Web 1 or Web 2. It starts with knowing your product, knowing your audience, who they are, identifying your audience channels. So what are they paying attention to? Defining your key message. What are you going to say about your product to that audience? Building a marketing funnel. How does that message work across different channels where your audience lives and pays attention to? And then measuring the effectiveness. So setting up catalysts at the various points in that marketing funnel to be able to see whether your marketing's working or not, so you can either tweak who your audience is, tweak your messaging, or something else about it, like the channel that you're using. That works in Web 2 and Web 3. Now let's add Web 3 to that. What is Web 3 in this context? It's just a set of tools for building incentive-aligned communities. And an incentive-aligned community can make a project self-marketing, like in those tweets, which lets it reach a greater scale more efficiently than if you have to do all the marketing yourself. So in that context, what does marketing become in Web 3? It's about building a system. That's part of marketing, building that system of shared values, interests, and incentives. It's about solving that 0 to 1 problem, introducing actual community members into that system and making sure they latch onto it, and then decentralizing. Eventually, as you grow, moving more and more of your marketing functions and other business functions out to your community over time. So that's pretty different from Web 2. In Web 2 marketing, we're dependent on these third-party ad platforms. In Web 3, it's a lot of owned and earned marketing. And that's because of a lot of the stage of Web 3 companies, and I think that's actually going to evolve over time. But in Web 2, marketing's basically an arbitrage between the cost to acquire a customer and the lifetime value of that customer that takes place on one of these third-party ad platforms. When you're building an incentive-aligned community, it's not just an arbitrage. It has this infinite scale. In Web 2, the incentive is to build one of these large centralized marketing teams because all of the work is on you and all the ideas have to come from that team. But in this case, it's about a flexible and lean team that's an expert at drawing in the ideas from the community. And then in Web 2, because you're just this internal marketing team in a company, it's about top-down activities that you determine yourself and enforce on your customers. What's different in Web 3 is that it's community-focused marketing activities. And I'll tell you a story about early Ethereum. We noticed that there were all of these community organizers springing up in various cities around the world, not just New York and San Francisco, but Bucharest, Romania, Sao Paulo, all over the world. And those community organizers, we organized into a network where we helped set them up with standard decks, materials. We curated a roving series of new dApps to come and talk to all these meetups. So they would get exposed to new potential users, and the meetup groups would always have fresh content. So what we did was we didn't come up with everything ourselves. We didn't make all these groups ourselves. We didn't hire all these people around the world to be meetup group organizers. What we did is we looked and observed what our community was organically doing. We saw our role as facilitators, and we blew oxygen on the sparks where we saw those sparks until they turned into fires. So speaking of community, what's community in Web 3? Community is that incentive-aligned group that works together toward the success of a project. That group is made up of builders, investors, and users, or any combination of the above. In the Web 2 world, there's a bright line distinction between those groups, and sometimes they actually have adversarial interests with each other. What Web 3 does is it uses that substrate for incentive alignment to break down those categories and bring them into a single aligned group so they can work together toward the success of a project. And oftentimes we see people in each of those categories behaving and contributing like a member of the other categories. As you're building your community, we often compare it to a spaceship. Who you invite in first matters. Imagine that a spaceship lands from outer space, it puts down a ladder somewhere on Earth, and some people walk up the ladder and end up in the spaceship flies off and ends up on another planet. Those are the people you're stuck with, colonizing your planet, right? Those are the people that are gonna start your society on Mars or wherever you've gone. And so it matters who those people are. It matters who comes into your community first. You have to do things that don't scale. You have to think about who actually cares about the values of what I'm building on, who actually has the problem that would be solved by this, who cares about this technology, reaching out to them individually, one-to-one, not just people that care about when you're launching your token, not just people that care about price action or trading. people that genuinely care about your technology, they're the people you want to bring into your spaceship, because then as you grow, more people coming in, the kinds of community members you want to attract, will see what's in your existing community, and they'll either join or not. And you, as the project lead or as the marketer, are stuck with those early community members. And whatever they create in those channels, future people are going to see. And so it matters a lot to put down your ladder somewhere that's going to be long-term sustainable for your project, and worry about quality over scale, especially when you're getting started. So how do you get started? How do you start a Web3 community? What you're really doing with community is you're probing for product market fit. And you're starting with the people that are the very closest to you, refining your message and expanding outwards. A lot of projects come to us wishing they could be a big brand, like a big global brand like Coca-Cola overnight. But you don't convince someone that you've never met in a country far away that they should do something unless you first convinced your mother and your father and your uncle and your aunt and your cousin and your dog. You start with the people in your target audience group that are the very closest to you, that are the people you can talk to and ask questions to and refine your message with, that'll forgive you early on. Those are your early evangelists. You refine your message with them. You make sure you're really solving the problem that they have, and then you refine each time and move outward in concentric circles, refining every time as you reach more and more people with your messaging. And then we can talk about things like, quote unquote, going global or going mainstream. It works in concentric circles. It also works like a funnel. How you first meet your audience members is on a variety of different channels. This is an image from my book, and probably better for a photo than for me to go through all of. But these are a lot of the channels that we've seen work at various stages of the funnel. Discovery is where a potential audience member first meets your project, and you have the opportunity to convert them to the level of engagement. What is engagement? It's a contract between you and the potential user that's them allowing you to contact them again. And there are a bunch of, and that's really powerful, that you can contact them again. And then use is when someone's already following you, already let you contact them, and they're converting from that level of permission to actually using your product. Retention is staying. Just because you've converted a user doesn't mean they're staying forever, and your most passionate community members are also going to help with discovery. You can see there's a line going back up to the top, because they're going to help you refer new people who are going to find your project for the first time. Community's here. All this stuff is community, right? Once someone's engaged with you and joined your channel, they're part of your community. You can retarget them over and over as users, and you can create referral programs using extrinsic or intrinsic incentives or blends of the above to get them to come back over the top and help new people discover you. That's just a little bit of what's in the book. Would love to invite everyone to check out Web3 Marketing. It came out this April from Wiley. I think it's the first Web3 marketing book, possibly the first Web3 business book from a major publisher. It's actually coming out in Mandarin in 2024, which I'm super excited about, which hopefully will time well with some of our office openings and other shenanigans. One cool thing about the book is that in the inside cover, there's a scratch-off code that's unique to every book from the first print edition to claim an NFT. You can claim an NFT and use that to join a token-gated community of the other people that bothered to claim the NFT, who happen to be some of the best Web3 marketers who actually really care about it and want to meet other Web3 marketers. And every city we've been going to at Serotonin, we've been hosting a Web3 marketing meetup. And those are sometimes groups of just 10, 15 people where we talk through individual marketers' problems, find solutions, and create a community of peers. Thanks so much for having me. Thank you again to our incredible hosts. And I have a little alpha leak at the end. We're launching a new product at Serotonin that I think is going to be relevant to more folks than we could possibly work with in our one-to-one services as exists. It's a platform. It's an interesting kind of semi-open sourcing of what we do at Serotonin that hopefully is going to let us scale some of our impact. So if you want to sign up to be an early user, you can do it right there. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, thank Amanda for the insightful sharing. I think everyone may get inspired. And because Amanda have to attend another event, so she have to leave soon. And we also had their team member Chimei here. Yeah, Chimei, yeah. And she is also the teammate of the Certainly. So if you want to contact Chimei or contact Amanda, you can contact the Chimei, okay? And our next part is DeFi, because we know that DeFi is a very competitive area in Web3. And how to make your brand stand out? I think Trader Joe made it. They did a complete rebrand in this year. And let's welcome David and from Trader Joe, General Manager, to share their brand strategy. Thank you.
Stefan, you just press this for the next slide.
Okay, so thank you very much for being here. I am David Defai, the General Manager of Trader Joe. Trader Joe is a decentralized exchange available on multiple blockchains: Avalanche, Arbitrum, BNB, Ethereum, leader on market leader in volume on many of these blockchains, like number 1 on Avalanche, 2 on Arbitrum, and we are constantly top 10 DEX by volume or across all DeFi, and this is partly thanks to the Trader Joe brand that we consider to be a fundamental part of what we have done in order to achieve growth and success. So I'm here talking on behalf of our great team of developers, builders, marketing managers, product manager, and I'm very honored to be in front of you all to tell you all about what Trader Joe is, and so we can start. So Trader Joe, you might have known it as the humble farmer, an image that evolved over time and that we have tried to push further over the years to become a brand on its own. When in a world where most of the projects are mythical animals or food items, it's very hard for users to identify themselves behind potentially sterile brand logos that don't communicate anything outside of a brand, but do not make the users to feel related to the mascot. So when we are talking about the Trader Joe brand and Trader Joe as a character, we consider Trader Joe to be the everyday hero of the community. We strongly believe that brand differentiation compared to all the other brands that are all very similar but very hard to figure out the difference between each other, we wanted to stand out and to have a brand that would look different than anything else in this landscape. The everyday hero is extremely important in our brand image and narrative. We know that every day when a user wakes up and they try to navigate the complex landscape of DeFi, they want to feel comfortable with what they are doing, and everyone in this space is an innovator and a hero by itself. But we also believe that there's no need of superpower in order to make it in this space. We want everyone to feel related to Trader Joe as an everyday Joe. The average Joe is a term that is often used in normal language, and we are there to serve indeed the everyday Joe to make them feel comfortable. But these narratives and this communication language is also there to shape our narrative, tone, and language in all marketing communication that we take across our brand. As you've noticed, the image of Trader Joe is not a crypto bro. We don't need apps in order to make it in this space. The average user of DeFi today is overexposed of influencers, of founders, of leaders that move narratives behind them and that make everyone very emotional about the single unique belief of an individual. All Trader Joe users can relate and find themselves behind the Trader Joe mascot as it's an accessible persona. It's an everyday character. Anyone can be the average Joe, and everyone can be part of the community, as making it accessible. It's a staple of the narrative for the community management and for the marketing communication that we take behind any corner. Any pioneer in this space is welcome by the brand and narrative that we use, because being welcome into newcomers is key in this space in order to embark the next billion users, and a simple, relatable narrative that doesn't make users feel excluded, it's fundamental. That's why behind our brand philosophy there is the idea to make everyone feel home. This philosophy is not just behind our product marketing, but is behind our product management and all aspects we take in this space in order to push what we want the narrative to be for the identity of the brand. As an actual product and not just a brand, when we create interactions on our front end, on our UI, UX, we want to make sure that anyone, any newcomer could feel comfortable, safe, and convinced that what they are doing is actually something that they are trying to achieve, that they will feel at home in this platform. And user retention also on the online platform is extremely important in a world where aggregators and multi-chain hopping, keeping users coming back to your platform is greatly part also of how you position the user interface and the narrative in order to have users come back home and enjoy the experience. When your users love clicking a button on your user interface, when they like the sound that it makes to make an interaction, when the user experience is smooth and pleasurable and becomes memorable, they will come back to you regardless of where you are on and what products you are offering. And this statement for us, it's true key for our position and strategy. It's very hard today to wake up in crypto for an ordinary user and understand where DeFi and Web3 fits into your life. We want users to feel at home in whichever interaction they are having from the beginning, and this is why the Trader Joe mascot is actually pushed in this welcoming way throughout every channel that we communicate: Twitter, Medium, Gitbook, Discord. Every communication that we make is to bring clarity to this space. When users make interactions today in DeFi, they don't really see what's happening behind the scene. Often for a newcomer, these experiences are obscure, and we put simplicity and transparency as a key communication factor behind all these steps of the discovery of DeFi for new and current users, so that they will start feeling comfortable throughout journey on your platform and in Web3, because a user that feels satisfied of having learned something new in this space will come back and will remain a user in the long term, because they will appreciate what we are trying to achieve in Web3. And if we have the Trader Joe brand be part of this discovery in the space, in being this lighthouse of knowledge and clear information, simple communication in what they are doing throughout this journey, we are going to be the reference for the present and future interactions with the product. With our brand, we want to build a strong connection, strong emotional connection with our end users. When we built our brand at the beginning, there was a lot of different products being released over time. The brand evolved very quickly. There was a time where Trader Joe was just a DEX, wasn't anything more. But our ambition were beyond the current product offering, and the narrative and branding had to scale together with what Trader Joe meant. Trader Joe is not just a DEX anymore. Trader Joe is a family of products, but Trader Joe is a brand that anyone can align themselves behind. The strong emotions are what drive our narrative. We want people to come to us and say, I love Trader Joe. This is such a powerful and strong statement, because it's not anymore, I like making a swap on your front end. It's, I like what you guys are doing. I like how you guys talk. I like what you guys are trying to do. It's a collective of people all together behind the Trader Joe identity, pushing accessible advancement in Web3, but also aligning a community of people that all together are exploring Web3 at the same time through the product that Trader Joe has to offer. And welcoming these users into joining the family of Trader Joe is a key fundamental aspect of all we are doing, also regarding community management and engagement of all social platforms, where engagement with end users, open engagement through this connection is truly key to keep the brand powerful in their mind and make them love beyond the simple use case of interacting with your platform. We have a key principle behind our marketing narrative, and these values, these brand values, are often reused, actively stated and mentioned throughout our journey in users adoption. The Cozy Lodge, it's supposed to mean the centerpiece, the home for anyone. The Trader Joe offers anyone a home, a square where they can all discover the newest gem of the space and feel together in a square where all users are going through the same journey. We also have used this name in our Discord, in an active Discord channel, where the Cozy Lodge is the home for users that share the same desire of sharing with each other knowledge, and keep this as one of our key principles. Trader Joe is a man of the people. It means that we'll always have your back. We are not there to judge new users. We are there to help these users feel comfortable with any interaction they're making with the Trader Joe family of products or Trader Joe community. No one in the Trader Joe community will try to go against another newcomer users. To the contrary, they'll try to help them, because we were there as Trader Joe to support them in their first iterations in the space and in understanding any new innovation that we have brought to the product. And the community takes this lead and keeps it further, educating each other, creating a welcoming environment for anyone. And when a user joins the Trader Joe community, they know that Trader Joe users are all looking for each other, because we just want Trader Joe to stay there, to help bring new users and to expand and bring the voice further. Trader Joe is a creative provocateur. We try, test, push. We are a group of people that are passionate in art, in NFT, in DeFi, in all aspects of Web3. The Trader Joe brand, Trader Joe team tries to push further. We are not afraid of experimenting and trying new things, and that was always a key principle. We consider the desire of trying something completely new in this space something encouraging, something that we want to push internally. You should not restrict your marketing communication or your product direction to be strict in a certain direction. Whenever you are curious about trying something new, we try something new, we test what the community feels, believes, and we pivot, but we always welcome these new attempts to go beyond what's the current status. We don't like to follow the meta. We want the Trader Joe brand to be distinguishable, and you cannot distinguish yourself in a very overcrowded space if you do what everyone else is doing. You need to try something different, and trying something different means pushing your creatives, your copy, and your assets beyond the comfort zone towards what you feel it's right to do. And the Trader Joe revitalization is something that we have thought about deeply and that we have gone through in 2022. When in 2022 we understood that the product family was growing beyond the simple Trader Joe original logo, and when the flurry of new artists that we had embarked in our company to create digital assets was starting to getting slightly inconsistent, because different artists brought their own ideas, their own vision. Every product, while consistent, was having different color assets, was having different UI element. We always made sure to be consistent and to keep the brand together. But we felt the need to go beyond just aligning the branding and our assets in what was comfortable and what we had inherited from the previous attempt. We wanted to go further of what we had tried before. We took a long time to understand the values that we and our communities are bringing to the Trader Joe brand, and we wanted to create something bold, something unique, something that we had not done before, but that we could align all families of products and brand imaging under. And since we did our brand revitalization, all new assets, all new collaterals, all new merch, all new products that we have brought to the space are all aligned under this new bold and distinct branding that we had created to unify the messaging and the statement we want to make with it to our community in a way that we will become recognizable beyond the product management and the imaging. In this example, we have some some arts that we like to use in our own internal Discord that sometimes we post on our Twitter. And these are simple, bold statements with bold colors because they try to channel a message that then the community can take further and feel behind just by sharing vibes in the early morning on your tweet, on your X, on your Twitter, and then having the community rally behind what's the meaning of these simple words mean for them. You create community engagement, you create community alignment. The community uses these assets for their own communication. They feel these assets theirs, and they take them as part of their unique journey towards DeFi. They use the Trader Joe mascot in any scenario. They find it engaging where they can generate a smile. And overall, what we try to achieve with this style is also a calm approach towards marketing. We are not there to instill FOMO. We are there to align the community behind values that are shared across our vision and their desires of how to engage with Web3. We also, these are images taken from ITCC, and we experimented there with what people could call guerrilla marketing, where we tried to push beyond what we have ever done before, doing something very different. It made us smile before anyone else, trying to experiment with this type of marketing. And users came to us sharing how much they found it funny, how much it was different than anything else they have seen, and we considered it an initiative that was beyond the standard way of doing communication, which makes you memorable to the user. And remaining memorable for your users is what a great marketing team would like to achieve throughout their branding and positioning. Overall, to summarize what our brand strategy is, Trader Joe is a gentleman that opens the door to the new DeFi users, making them feel welcome, making them feel comfortable, instilling a sense of calmness in a space that is very confusing, that is extremely cluttered of over information and trying to get the attention. Trader Joe is there to give you the feeling of relatability, of welcoming, and we want everyone to join the Trader Joe brand and community throughout these emotions that align themselves through our mission. So with this, I would like to thank you all for having listened, and we welcome you all to our community.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank David for the sharing, and I think everyone have remembered Trader Joe, and I also think Joe token may have potential to be a meme token. And besides DeFi, I think another big area in Web3 is DeFi. And right now we know more and more people and traditional gamers and developers join the Web3 game. But how Web3 game get inspired by Web2 game? We are so honored to invite Roger, the US manager. The US manager from FunPlus and Exterior. And I have to kindly ask our attendees to be quiet when our guest is doing the presentation. So let's welcome Roger.
Actually, I didn't make this post. I didn't have I didn't expect that the host was gonna put my photo here, because that was my photo when I was in private equity. Actually, first, when I received this topic, how to do the user growth and marketing in Web3 area, I'm a little bit nervous because I'm not, given my background, I used to stay in the finance industry for like 7 years and joined Tencent in 2020 and later joined FunPlus in 2021. So my experience is more from the investment perspective and also some strategy perspective. But I later realized maybe I can share a little bit about how we get started in terms of the Web3 area, like why we get started the exterior project and what kind of the latest thoughts from my side, my personal side, and maybe hopefully could be helpful to some of the participants in this industry. Before we go into details, maybe we can look at a bunch of data. So here is the data for the overall gaming industry. We may see that during the pandemic, during the COVID period, the revenue increase in the whole gaming market increased rapidly. But starting in 2022, we first time witnessed some decrease in terms of the revenue in the whole gaming industry. And the right chart is about the user base, because previously when we talk about, okay, we need to, even in the traditional gaming industry, we are trying to talk about, okay, we have different kind of gameplays and we would like to onboard more and more users. But if you look at the chart, it's about China's gaming user base. We know that Chinese gaming contribute to a large portion of the mobile games, which account for over 50% of the whole gaming industry. But if you look at the China user base, you may see that we have already reached, to a certain extent, a kind of cap, like over 600 million users have already playing the games, and the increase speed is now becoming like close to 0%. So this leads to us thinking, okay, and the next page is about the while the revenue of the whole market is kind of declining, the spending on the advertisement and on the user growth is kind of increasing rapidly, especially in 2000. Here is a comparison between the 2021 and 2022. The advertisement the gaming related spending on the advertisement, you may see like maybe almost double over the past 1 year, while compared to the revenue, it's kind of decreased over the past 1 year. So, which this kind of thing, we noticed this kind of phenomenon in 2021, and also that's why when we're thinking maybe as FunPlus, where most of our revenue comes from the US and the European countries, and we heavily rely on the user acquisition. So this makes us thinking about maybe we should do some second source on the user acquisition. And here comes the exterior. We are thinking maybe blockchain and gaming could help us to a certain extent to help us to do the better user acquisition or become an alternative for the user acquisition. But before we talk about the gaming studios, maybe here is a chart I think very familiar to most of the gaming companies, most of the CPs, but not familiar to but as normal guys. Because before I joined the gaming industry, I'm also not familiar with the revenue distribution among the whole gaming chain. Like the 30% of the revenue, if you charge. If for a user, if he or she purchase like $100 items in the Google Play or iOS store, 30% of the dollars will go to the channel, while the 40 or 50% will go to the publisher. And the publisher, why the publisher charge for that amount of money is mainly because the publisher needs to spend the money for the user to do for the gaming company to do the user acquisition. Most of the money will be spent on the Google or Facebook to do the advertisement. So while on the CP side, they only take like 20 or 30%. So I think it's not very healthy for the whole industry. And we summarize the key problems or pain points for the existing market is in terms of the user acquisition, high channel fee, like the Google Play, iOS store, they didn't do anything. They just try to provide a channel for you to download the apps, but they charge for 30%. And also it's kind of centralized the publishing platform. It's like the publisher, they may need to because normally when the game go to the user, it will normally appoint one publisher to do the advertisement, not the branding, marketing, all those kind of stuff. And the publisher will need to be responsible for producing those kind of user acquisition advertisement and put on the Facebook and Google to attract users. Well, that's why they charge for like 40 to 50%. And also the long-term development cycle is also a pain point for the industry. So when we first think about why we should start the exterior, we mainly start with the point saying that maybe there is another alternative for the gaming company to acquire users. Maybe we do not need to rely on those kind of centralized distribution channel, or we don't need to rely on one specific publisher. So like the word of mouth power, I guess some of you might be familiar with the name called Roblox. It's one of the largest gaming companies in US, and they have over 200 million MAU. And their user acquisition approach is relatively is quite different from other companies. Most of their traffic is mainly from the word of mouth. But those users, they are many children, so they are below 18 years old. But for us, for those for the adult gamers, we cannot simply rely on the traditional way of publishing. So we are thinking maybe we could provide some token or incentive as a user acquisition. I think that's one of the inspiration we receive from the Web3 industry. And another thing is that maybe, for example, like previously, we for every $100 we get, we gave out maybe $70 to the publisher, to the distribution channel. Maybe in the future we could reserve like $20 or $30 to those KOLs, to those individuals who can help to broadcast or introduce more users coming into our game. So this could be one of the alternatives for the Web3 industry, and how we can do the user acquisition and the user growth. But other than that, after 1 year of experiment, we also faced some problems, which is we noticed if you want to adopt such kind of approach, you need to have sufficient gaming company willing to partner with you, willing to take a trial on this kind of new publishing or so-called distribution model. And I think most of us are fully aware of that. After the FTX, after the Luna collapse, the crypto investment kind of dropped dramatically, and not many mature product in this market. Well, on the other side, the crypto, the AI related investment kind of increased quite a lot. So, but for AI investment, it's kind of more focusing on the infrastructure. It's more on the large language model. Instead, they are lack of the real applications. So which may give us a quick thoughts. I was thinking maybe we can leverage AI and blockchain technology to enhance the user experience and to change the user acquisition approach. Because after all, for gaming, for a user experience product, AI and blockchain, they are both the technologies that we recently invent, or say we can adopt them in our gaming either development or distribution. So this becomes a very interesting question or topic for me over the past few months. So let's take a look at that. Maybe well, I guess most of us are familiar with this one. So like the Axie Infinity, the first generation of the GameFi. So most people are talking about play to earn, talking about the trade features, etc. And but later people realize that okay, it's not fun to play. Therefore, it's still a card RPG game. So compare with the existing card RPG gameplay or graphics, there is no advantage. So it's kind of difficult to attract massive users, especially after COVID. And here is the application of the AI plus gaming. So like the 逆水寒, the MMORPG introduced by NetEase. So it's like the first month revenue I heard is exceeding 3 billion RMB. So they just use, okay, you can use the AI to do to create the characters by yourself, or you can have the open dialogue with the NPC. So, but it's still on relatively, from my perspective, it's still on a very early stage experiment. So is there anything that we can leverage to combine the AI and blockchain together to create a different kind of in-game user experience? Here is my quick thought on this part. When I was young, like I used to play one thing called Tamagotchi. Tamagotchi is kind of electronic version of the pet, but you need to grow the pet. When he's hungry, you need to feed him something. When he's sick, you need to take him to the hospital. But it's kind of very interesting experience because at that time I don't have a physical pet. At that time, but by playing with Tamagotchi, I have an electronic version of the pet which can stay together with me, stay next to me. And I was thinking maybe because AI is famous for its creation and is out of control sometimes, even though you can add some prompt to it. But I'm thinking maybe we could create such kind of feeling, like one of the typical games, like the SimCity. It's about the simulation experience for in-game experience for the users, but we know that all those kind of experience are kind of pre-programmed and installed in the game itself. They won't change the interaction, the NPC or character won't change the interaction with me if I perform differently. As long as I follow the same path, it will give me the same result. So maybe AI could be one of the powerful tool to make the experience more customized. I love to when I laugh at my cat, he may give me one reaction. When I'm sad, maybe my pet can give me another reaction, something like that. And because the pet because the character in the game, they are empowered by AI and they have different reactions. Therefore, they are kind of customized and unique in the world. And then blockchain could step in, or say NFT could step in, because of the uniqueness. Therefore, there is some value to trade such kind of items. So here are the here I list the two interesting projects. One is called AI Arena. It's one of the projects that we met during the GDC. Instead of, because it's an ARPG game, like the gameplay is like the Super Smash Bros. But as a player, you don't need to control your character in the game. Instead, you are functioning like a coach. To train the character, and then the character will just do the simulation work against the other characters in the game. So this kind of new gameplay, I would call it new gameplay, is totally different for compared to the existing genres. And also one of the projects we are thinking about is one pet similar to Tamagotchi, but more AI-powered or AI-driven Tamagotchi. So I was thinking maybe this could create a totally different user experience for the existing gamers. So when we talk about the user growth, we no longer focus on the existing user pool. We can expand our user base to something else. So just to summarize, we think that by providing more diversified game content and customized in-game experience, as well as innovative distribution model, we could either within the existing user pool or within the existing value chain, we could to a certain extent bring more benefits or bring more users to get engaged in the whole gaming loop. Or we could find some other gamers, because at the very beginning, when the games first come out, especially for the mobile hardcore games, females are not welcomed in the game because of their low ARPU. But some other games came out and proved that they are not. It's not saying that female does not suitable for the game. It's mainly because there is no such kind of game product that cater to the female's demand. So maybe the AI simulation game could be a potential new type of game genre to address this type of the game users. So that's pretty much that I would like to share. And thanks all for listening.
Oops. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank Roger so much. And okay, I have to kindly ask that our attendees to be quiet. And if you want to communicate or contact someone, I highly advise you can go to the sign desk to contact the person you want to communicate. And okay, the next part is for data, because we will know whether you are in DeFi or GameFi or any other specific area. Data is also very important topic. But how to benefit the data and how to use data to benefit your sustained growth. Next will come the Raffaele from Scope to introduce how they can do and how to use data to help the project growth. Welcome, Raffaele.
Thank you so much. Hi guys. Hello everyone. Hi. So today, my goal is to leave you with something valuable so that when you get out of here, you have some concept that you can use to grow your companies and your businesses. So first, I want to start with a question, which is, how do you grow a company? Is there anyone who is brave enough to give an answer? How do you grow a company? How do you increase the value of a company? Raise more money. Raise more money. Yeah, that's a very good one. Okay. And how do you raise more money? Anyone?
Find more user acquisition.
Okay, user acquisition. So more users, right? This is very basic. And then what if the users stay constant? Are there other ways to grow a company? Yeah? Set an objective. Yeah, this is in the process. All right. Sorry, what? Okay, build a good product to generate more revenues. So basically, get people to buy more, right? So you get the same users to buy more things. Okay. Or you get the same users to spend more for the same product, right?
Use data to drive your company.
Data is also a good one. Thank you, Jackson. So these two are grow user, raise price or sell more, what we have just said. And then there is a third one, which is cutting costs, but nobody said that because marketing people don't really like that. So today, what we're going to do is to focus on the first two, right? So what is the condition for which grow users and raise price or sell more goods? Like what is the basic condition for this to happen? And it is to know your users better. Know your good customer base. We are going to call it GOOB, just for the sake of simplifying things. And why does this matter? Why knowing your GOOB matters, right? It's actually very simple, because the same user has different value to different companies. This is a very, very important concept, right? So if you know who are your most valuable users, you know for the same amount of money that you invest in them, that you're going to get more out of them, right? You're going to create more value for them. Now, this is a very common framework in marketing, right? So it's a process. It's called segmentation, targeting, and positioning. The majority of the people in this room know this. It's very basic, right? And it comes from Web 2, but Web 3 is the same thing. So the outcome of this process are an actionable GOOB, so an actionable good user base, something that you can actually target, right? And a positioning statement, so a positioning for your company and product compared to competition. Now, how does this actually work in Web 3? So to obtain this guy here, what you will need to do is to filter all the GOOB's addresses from an ecosystem, right? And then you will have to look into their behavior because you have to segment them, and then proceed to positioning and marketing with your campaign, right? Let's do an example. Let's say that I'm an NFT platform, right? And I want to find my GOOB. So the first thing I will do is you look into users of Web3 products. The second thing I would do is I want to see who hold NFTs on a chain. Okay? So this would be my segmentation. Then coming here, I would look into who holds NFT for trading and who holds NFT for collecting them, you know, because they just like them. They want to keep them in their wallet because they give them access to things that they use. All right? These are two different users. And if I am an NFT platform at this point, I have to look at my competitive advantage and choose which one of them is my goop, which one of them I want to target. Now, Web3 compared to Web 2 has some challenges doing this, right? Because there's anonymity, because there are bots, there are other problems. And in particular, these are the three key challenges that we marketing face in Web 3. The first one is filtering based on behavior. It's very hard to look into behavior on chain. We do not have, it's not like in Web 2, right? In Web 2, I go to Facebook, I put my targeting, I have a budget, I click OK, and all the people from that behavior see my advertisement. This doesn't exist in Web 3, right? So we have to look into behavior, and behavior is something difficult to actually understand. The second thing is we look at addresses, not entities. This is so important, guys. And this is a mistake that not just projects do, not just ecosystems do, but also like the news, the media that you read every day, they often talk about addresses, right? Active addresses. But what does that mean? These are not users. These are not entities, right? So it's as if we judge a person only by looking at when he or she enters in the coffee bar in the morning. It's the same person that goes to work, that goes back home with his kids, that goes to the gym later, right? And we don't want a narrow view of that person. The third thing is something that Web3 is very famous for, is the hype coming from the bots, right? It's very difficult to cut through the hype. Now, what we do at 0x Scope is we solve these three problems. So this is what our company does. More on this later. Now let's go back to our segmentation, targeting, and positioning. So the positioning part, okay? Here, the outcome of the positioning part is the positioning statement. I want to spend a couple of words on this too, because I believe it's important that we keep this in mind. And it is, when we position ourselves, we position always relatively to competition, all right? In this room, we are all friends now, but there are a lot of people from the same industry that are competitors, right? And we always try to look for a niche where our company is more valuable than the competitors' one for certain reasons, right? For our audience. This, though, means also something else, that knowing your goal, knowing where you actually play and for whom you are more valuable, it's only a temporary competitive advantage. And why is that? Because if your competitor finds out that you found a profitable niche, they will also try to get it out, they get it away from you, right? They will develop that feature that makes them similar to you, and then you lost that competitive advantage that you thought you gained. That is not sustainable. It's not a sustainable competitive advantage. So how do you gain a long-term competitive advantage? Something that is defensible, right? You develop a value-generating force, a VGF. So VGFs are 7 sources of strength for your company, of power, that were identified by Hamilton Helmer. He's a Stanford professor, and he's also an investor and founder of Strategy Capital. Each of these forces, each of these VGFs is made up by a barrier and a benefit. I'll give you an example, all right? Let's take Chainalysis. Let's say that Chainalysis is a data company. They do a contract with the South Korea government for data security. This is an exclusivity contract. So they have, for 3 years, the right to service the Korean government exclusively on issues that entail hackers, for example, exploits. This would be a VGF. Why? Because it's defensible, right? It's an exclusivity contract, so the government will not go and look for other company. And secondly, it has a benefit because it gives them cash flow from this contract, like from the Korean government. Now, there are 7 types of VGFs, okay? I will not enter into details about this. My suggestion is you guys look them up, and there is a beautiful book. But what I want to pass through here to you is that all of these VGFs that manifest in different phases of a company's growth, what they do is they depend on how well you know your good user base, your group. All of them, to a certain extent, are connected to how focused you are on your group. So here we can see a very important relationship, which is the following. If you know your group, you strengthen your VGF. And if you strengthen your VGF, you can target better your group, right? And this is a virtuous cycle that strengthens your company and makes it more valuable. Not just for you as employees of a company or founders of a company, but for your investors and for your users, because you give them more value, right? Now, it's time to talk about us, 0x Scope. So, how do we create value? We help you find your actionable group and strengthen your VGF. This is what we do. And why do we do it? We do it because if you grow, we grow. If you make money, we make money. Because you're happy, you pay more, right? So that's very simple, but that's how it goes. And how do we do it? We do it with powerful analytical tools that are built on a user-based data layer. Let me give you some, like a taste of what we are capable of, okay? So that you know how you can use our products and how we can help you, all right? The first one is when we process a new chain, we look into all the addresses of this chain and the relationship between these addresses. And if you give me one address, I'm able to give you all the addresses related to this and see the behavior of this user on a chain. And then I tag it, right? Like Instagram does when you like puppy picture and they know that you like puppies, we do the same on chain, right? And then you can download, you can select the labels that you wish to have, and you can filter from all the addresses on a chain and download it and create some plans, some marketing plans around it, or just look into the user base that you just received. Another thing that we do is that analyzing behavior of people helps us distinguish people from bots. Bots have very predictive behavior. Of course, we always have to constantly look into this because it's a very, people who create bots, they're smart people and they try to innovate, and we try to innovate on ways to detect them, right? But we are able to give you a picture of real users and analyze real users' behavior. These are across all our product suite. So when you look for a user, you will see how this user basically behaves on chain, what protocol he or she uses, what type of other addresses are related with, and who he transacts often with. Right? You can note all this information because it's publicly available, and then we process it with machine learning, and we create these beautiful dashboards here. Another thing that we do is that we track the health of your group and the one of your competitors. So we have tools like this one, right, where you can see we score each user base of each project on the supported chains. And we are able to tell you user authenticity, engagement, loyalty, spending power, and security level for each project. Why is this data useful? Because then you can see where you're weak and you can go and try to strengthen it. You can see competitors that are higher, that are basically that score higher than you, and why they're better, where the user base actually goes to. Can you find partners to cooperate with that maybe are the same partners of your competitors, or you can try to understand why they grow and you are not growing, right? Where is the problem? Is the problem that your user spending power is low? We are able to tell you like how much money each user on your platform has in their wallet or across their own wallets, for example, right? And finally, you can monitor the performance of your grant and campaigns. Why is this important? This is important for you as a project, but also if you're a marketing agency. So what we do, we help you show your client what you really did without the bots, right? So you can compare the same project in different time period or versus competitors, right? And you can see if the money that you spent actually has brought some meaningful return on investment. Now, this is just a taste of what we are able to do. But in summary, what we do is to help you find your group and strengthen your VGF, your long-term value. What I want to pass here is either may you be a customer, may you be a partner, maybe you even think you're a competitors of ours, right? But reach out. There are infinite ways that this data can be valuable, and we are eager to collaborate with you. Eventually, we want the entire ecosystem to grow because that's the only way that we all grow and we build the future. Thank you, everyone. This is my information.
Okay, thank you, Rafael. And next part is our break. We will have 10 minutes break, and after a break, we will begin the next part. And for some safety reason, we may can't host everyone to be here. So if your friend want to come here, you can let him join our Telegram group to see some live stream. And if you want to communicate or contact other person to do more cooperation, you can also choose to downstairs to find some bar or Starbucks. Thank you for your cooperation, and we will back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hey guys, attention please. And our next session will start very soon. So please find your seat. And we will start next session very soon. Hello, hello. Hey guys, our next session will start very soon. So please find your seat and please be quiet. And also that if you want to communicate or find someone to contact, please you can go to the sign desk or go downstairs to find a bar or cafe. Yeah, thanks for your cooperation. And 我看一下 cheese，
要不我说对数，
叫 cheese，
什么东西
cheese 呢
？cheese 在哪里？
跟 cheese 呢？
你找你可以找到我。
Okay. Okay, our next bar will begin right now. And attention please, please be quiet. And so happy that today we can welcome many Web3 marketers to be here. I'm so happy and so amazing that there were so many people. And thank you for your cooperation to be quiet. Our next session is beginning right now. This session will focus on more about the user growth. The first part is from Chase, the QuestN and GM Labs founder. Welcome Chase to share his topic.
怎么换来着？不用换，开了直接做。这个怎么换？这个按着。哦。Thank you, thank you. 喂，没有。喂。Hello. 老。喂。好，关了是吧？喂。好。喂。Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. 那个老板们，这个稍微安静一下，谢谢。Sorry. I'm Chess. Hey guys, good afternoon. I'm Chess, the founder of QuestN, and also our company name just changed the GM Labs. So that's why we call the whole event GM Singapore. And appreciate your time, and appreciate your silence, and appreciate your patience. And so today my topic is like how to dive into the Web3 growth and marketing. We will share a bit of things about our thinking and what we will do. So a bit introduce about myself. I was like 7 years ago in Web2 for PM, and then was in Kobo, and then we founded the company, and it's like already 2 years. Today there's a lot of my investors, my friends, and my bros and here. So really appreciate for our time and for the coming. And so why GM matters? Well, why we spend a lot of time here for somebody listen to say different things. I think GM matters because the Web2 and Web3, the biggest difference is about the liquidity. Why? Because all the things today in Web3 is about tokens, NFTs. The key things for token NFTs is about liquidity. And so like Friends Tag is about liquidity. And it's about stable coins, SocialFi, DeFi, AnyFi is about liquidity. And we have two words. One is GM decide the liquidity ceiling. Like if you have a good marketing, you have a good growth, that means your token, your NFT can be pumped a very high position. But marketing MM decide the liquidity floor. That means the marketing making decide the bottom revenue for your token, for NFT. So that's why GM is so important. Not only about the good money. It's also about growth and marketing. So let's, for example, I think today we have a lot of projects here. And if you have 1 million fundraising, I suppose we think like you will spend like 30% market making, because you finally will have your own tokens or NFTs. You need to find some like John, DWF, or some marketing makers to help you to provide the liquidity. So another 30% you will spend on growth and marketing. Like Token 2049, you want to have a booth, you want to have some panel, you want sponsor some events, you will spend the money, spend the token. And another 40% you will spend on your team. You need to raise a lot of team. Developers, designers, PM, operation BDs, marketing, anyone, you need to hire them. So that's why we have talked about the GM, why it's so important in Web3. And the difference between Web2 and Web3 is on-chain, online will become on-chain, and traffic will become attention, and the data will become asset. In Web2, all the ads platform that is selling the traffic, but in Web3, traffic will be attention. Attention means attention means like your time will be worth time, your data will be assets and worth a lot of tokens or NFTs. So in Web2, like we have many models like AARR or ADA or MVP, A/B testing, grid-scale test, any function or feature or methodologies to help your product to grow. But so like in Web3, I think like acquisition and retention is more important because most of the projects still not go that step. Like you can have revenue, referral, something. And ADA is a very interesting model. I strongly recommend you guys to know about the ADA model. It's about attention, interest, desire, and action. Let's say today, if you want to go to some club or bars, like how a new club attract the target users. Like first one is they need to draw your attention. I need to have the banner or something like beautiful girls or beautiful wines to attract you to really draw my attention. Oh, I know there's a bar maybe in the top of the MBS. And then you have interest. I think, oh, there's something like really interest. I want to go there. And then you have desire. Desire means like, I want to buy, I want to go, I want to drink something in there. And then like you really have your action. You really buy tickets. You really ask some friends, families go there. So that's like the 4 steps how for a new market, new product go into everyone's mindset. So in Web2, there's like for AAR, we have a lot of indicators like CPA, CPU, DAU, ARP, lifetime value, K factor, many things. And I don't want to say too many about this because this is boring. The numbers are boring. And we need to see some showcases. Like the first one, when I was in Live 2017, we have some like display ads in a very small village in China, in Shandong province. We just like paint the whole walls for some Chinese slogans and help them to know what is InLive. InLive is like, it's a kind of like a TikTok. You just imagine like we have some display ads in Singapore on the street, and there's some words that really attract you to download the TikTok app or something. And this is the first. And this is accurate ads. Like you can see every day in the TikTok, on Google, or in Twitter, you can see the ads. Like if you search on Google Shopee, and Lazada will buy ads in here. It's about like accurate ads because they think you really target users. And this one I think will more draw your attention. When we were saying Live, we want to test what kind of landing pages can transfer more users into app download. So we have 4 types of landing page. They are different. They are different girls, different styles, different displays. And so in the end, this kind of this one is most high click rates because all the people, target users, they think this one is more, they can touch, they can feel, they want to download. And so the next one is like about MVP. For Dropbox, in an early time, they don't have the product. They just created a website and say, do you want to upload your images, your text, your files on iCloud service? And they just got 10K or 100K emails. That means the users really have interest about the whole product. And so next one is Facebook. It's about a great scale test. Like in the early stage, the first stage, the Facebook can only use in the like Harvard, Stanford, different schools. Like today, some apps, some D apps can only be used in some specific address or users or countries. So so back to the GM, like in Web 2, I think totally we can divide in two ways about GM. One is free and one is paid. The free is like about referral, share, organic, ranking, or integration. Let's say about organic. You have a good name, like everyone knows your product. They will search on Google, on Apple Store, search you and download your apps. So that's organic. You don't need to pay. You don't have a cost. And for integration, we have like maybe if you integrate some apps in WeChat, Telegram, Slack, or Google, you can attract their traffic and you can get your growth. And for Web2 for paid, you can pay your products through like different ads platform and keyword market, and also like offline advertising platform, and also like media. You can like just in the Bloomberg or something. And so I think the Web3, the key for Web3 growth is token is for acquisition and NFT is for retention. So I think for today, acquisition have many ways: Quest, media, airdrop, and there's still a lot of features and things. And so in the past time, what we are building is like for QuestN, we support the Quest campaign, some things. And in the end of this month, we will have our new apps called Timing You. Timing You is a Web3 kind of a Luma and LinkedIn. And next month, like all the world events, you can use Timing You to manage your calendar, manage your events, and can see who your friends, they going, which events they are going, and also can share your your personal profile on your Twitter or any places. And so this is some showcase about Web3 display ads. Like this is last year in DevCon in Colombia, Bogota. And MetaMask buy some like ads on the bus station. Yeah, bus station. Sorry, I need to change the microphone. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, this is last year MetaMask have buy some ads in Colombia, a bus station. This is some banners, and this is Dodo. They buy the airplane ads. So all the Web3 founders, BDs, and investors, once they get off the plane, and they see the whole ads in the air station. And this is some display ads online, like CoinGecko, either Scale or something. And what is the problem for Web3 growth and marketing? I think 4 points. One is we lack the methodology. Compared to Web2, we have a lot of things need to learn and to copy part of from them. And the second one is we lack of contents. A lot of how to really build some showcase and experience about growth and marketing. And third is we lack a lot of products. And last one is we lack of service. In Web2, there's so many agencies, services, products can really serve you well and help you to growth and marketing. And so for us, we need to change and evolve. So in the past time, QuestN, we have like 3 million total users. We have 19K daily active users, and we have totally 5K verified clients. And also we have like 200K monthly GMV. Okay. And so this is a whole numbers for us. And so from now on, we will change our brand from our company from the Hogwarts Labs turning into GM Labs. We will focus on like all-in-one Web3 growth and marketing network and attention marketplace. Attention marketplace means you can really buy and sell users or your products, users' attention, and transfer them into tokens. And so QuestN will be divided into 2 products. The C end will still be QuestN, but the B end will be GM network. It's like an all-in-one attention marketplace. So the whole landscape is, for the first layer, traffic aggregation, we will have more and more QuestN, Timing You, and we will have more and more different apps for Web3. And also we will have like external traffic from like KOL community ads alliance. We will have SDK next year, and all the developer can integrate our SDK and share the traffic revenue. And the second layer is the GM network. We call us attention marketplace. So you can have the full 4 features for acquisition and attention, and also different kind of service. So like for acquisition, in the end of the year, we already have the KOL marketplace. So if you have a project want to buy some KOL service, you can through us. And if you want to buy Web3 native ads, next few months you can try. And in the last is the GM chain. We will have 3 DIDs, like the users DID, project DID, and KOLs DID. So we will aggregate all the data in one ID and share all the ID to the communities, to the projects, to our clients. So, so we call us GMverse. And so for the product side, I already told. And for the service side, we will have the GM Istanbul, GM Denver, GM Singapore, GM anywhere you want. And also we will have like GM Consulting, GM Talks. It's all about the focus on Web3 growth and marketing. So if you guys are interested, very pleasure to DM me and let's have a connect for the GM Talks or GM anything. So. That's a whole thing that we think about the GM for Web3. And so last one is like, let's say the GM in Web3. And for organic, it's still like Apple Store, Google Play, or Deb Reader. And for ranking, maybe like for either Scan, CoinGecko, or CoinMarketCap. For integration, you can integrate very many like they have a big platform to attract users. And also for paid ads, we will become the on-chain advertising platform, KOL marketplace, off-chain advertising platform, also have media service. So the last one is the last sentence. I very like this sentence. It's the original version is case from the Santi from Liu Cixin, and I think it's like give time to Ponzi, but not Ponzi to time, because I think really good things need time to grow. And let's say like what if we have really built something and plus time, it will have a lot of energy in bull market, and I think just keeping faith and keep building. Yeah. So that's all the presentation for me. Thank you all the guys, and this is GM and GM Labs and the QuestN. Thank you.
Okay, thanks Chase for the sharing. We know after the user acquisition, the next topic is about user operation. So right now, we will so happy to invite Long from imToken Global Marketing Director to share us how to drive the user operation and the problem of the operation trilemma. Thank Long.
Thank you. Again, welcome to imToken office. I'm leading marketing team here. Since I think we all like networking, maybe I need to present there. So you guys can close to me and do some kind of interaction as well, if we can't hear clearly. Yeah, so today, maybe I just move there a little bit so that the voice can be lower. Hi guys, do you want to network with me? Or do you want to listen to the presentation? Whoa. We did? Oh my God, I think I need to come back because of the signal is not good enough. Yeah, so I think Amanda, the first speaker, has shared about Web3 marketing. Today, I think we are lucky to have so many market leaders here. We can share different perspectives. So my perspective is slightly kind of opposite Amanda's kind of approach, although Amanda is not here anymore. We can discuss further. So we can see maybe this is like a horse or unicorn. So what does that mean? So typically in Web3, right, when we are doing ideation, it's quite beautiful. But when we are doing the planning, maybe some deviation happens already. And then when we are doing execution, we feel, wow, something is not really as we expected, right? So every project is good project, but every token is good token. But ultimately, maybe it's not, the result is not as we expected. And finally, there will be the result. Result maybe is totally, we hope, right? We can build a horse or unicorn, but ultimately it's not there. How? And how we can solve this kind of problem? That's why we are gathering here to talking about the market growth. We are talking about in the bearish market, how we can just build the, no matter you are B2B business or B2C business, how we can build the growth there. So we heard a lot of Web3 marketing. So maybe that's the time for me to introduce myself a little bit. So for this, when I joined Web3, all like alien language, because my background is from Microsoft. in our world here, maybe we call Web 2, right? Before Microsoft, I mean Nokia. So it's even more like a traditional tech. So Web3 marketing, we build a lot of the, the like private key, the chain. Yeah, so these are the Web3 marketing kind of buzzwords we are always facing. So what kind of the framework I want to bring in? We are not doing the Web3 marketing. Actually, we are doing the marketing in Web3 world. So why is that? So just now, I think everybody from the chat heard the different model. So in marketing, we are marketeers. We also have a different model. So this A3R3 model is quite popular in the so-called Web 2 world or internet kind of industry. So it's kind of like a funnel. No matter how we name it, right, the different Web3 models, Web 2 models, actually they all have similar kind of framework. Just because I have 20 minutes, let's just use this one as an example to discuss about so-called user operations. So we split like to two parts for the hyper growth. The upper part, upper funnel, we talk about like acquisition, that's about the growth. And then I will focus on the bottom funnel, retention, revenue, and referral, which is a so-called operation. And then typically, I mean, if we look around, no matter in Web 2 or Web 3, one thing we can find out is actually for the retention part or referral part, bottom funnel, that's a problem. Because typically, when we are talking about the conversion, the upper funnel conversion is still quite healthy, typically for every company. That's why all the speakers are talking about how to grow your user base or how to grow your market share. But for the bottom one, it's always the problem. Then these are also like the kind of like industry benchmark people are sharing, so-called like in the Web 2 world. So you can cost 5 times more if you are just doing the user acquisition or like customer acquisition. If you are not doing any kind of retention or referral, then you will cost a lot. And also, if you're just doing your retention work well, then basically your profit and then your revenue can have a tremendous kind of growth. Yeah, I take 2 examples from imToken to share the example how we manage it. Definitely, we also have a lot of the lessons learned, right? It's not all the successful campaigns. So this one we launched last year. So we have a so-called learn and earn. I think everybody know last year is very popular for X and N. So everything can earn. So when we have a learn and earn, you can see the numbers here. So we are taking we have like 8 episodes of learn and earn. This is like I think the 3rd one or 4th one. So when we have 40,000 participants, so what happened is actually they will mint the NFT, right? That is like how they can earn, they learn something and earn. So the insights we found out, you can see from the bottom, the second part, same-day users, 30-day users, and existing users. What does that mean? Same-day users means when we launch a campaign, then we will acquire users, then they will do some action, and then get their rewards. Then 30-day users means we acquire users 30 days ago, and then this time they join the campaign again. And then existing users, everybody know that's our user pool. So you can see from here, from the participants kind of percentage perspective, the existing users is much, much bigger. So which means to manage our existing user pool is much more effective compared with you trying so hard to just get new user acquisition, because ultimately the conversion will be low. So you can ask them to do a lot of things, but maybe they just get rewards, do nothing, right? So this is the first lessons learned or first case study. The second one actually is our challenge. As imToken, we are the wallet. We are to consumer company. So we are facing the problem also for the retention and referral. So this will be a question maybe for you guys to take a guess. So for how many days or how long if the account has no any activity, for example, acquire a user, and then we do nothing to them, then how long we will lose them? So this is a question. So how long the user will be gone from our user pool and we can't get them back anymore? Anybody want to take a guess? 7 days? So actually the answer is 30 days. We have our data to show after 30 days, if we do nothing, we can't retain the user will be gone forever. So that's why retention is super important, how we can measure them. So why we measure them? So also because we talk a lot about the so-called Web3 crypto, but if you look around, so only crypto adoption is 4.2. So 4.2 including the centralized exchange. So we discuss a lot of peers. If we are talking about the on-chain users, right? On-chain transactions, actual number is much, much lower. So that will give us a challenge. If we just doing the acquisition, we don't do the retention, they will leave. If they leave, typically, currently our observation is they will leave forever. They will not come back. So that's why we need to cover both. That's why Chess shared why we need to do the user growth, and then I cover how we need to do the user operation. Yeah, so again, what exactly is a crypto, Web3, DeFi, and more, right? So when we are talking about users, only doing some kind of campaign or like so-called like, for example, we have app, doing app push, those so-called operation, it's not really enough. Why? Because our expectation for user is really, no matter what product or campaign, we feel, wow, they should know everything because Web3 is about that they can get the investment return, about the money making, so everyone want to come here. But actually, user will struggle a lot. So for example, we are a wallet, right? C-phrase, I think everybody know, that is a huge blockers for users already. How they can figure out, right? We feel users are all ready. Then it will come out of this question. So actually it's from our research team. So maybe we ask a question, how we communicate the money with our mom or with our kid. You can see here, so we talk about like borrow, we talk about like give or manage or save. Then how we talk about crypto or Web3. You can see all the words here will be used everywhere. The chain, miner, policy, or token, C-phrase, on-ramp, off-ramp, right? So if we are doing the comparison, do you think really majority of user is very friendly to them to understand what we are talking about? So that's why the second one we are talking about, like I want to share is people can only understand the concept based on the concept they have already known. So the second one is not about user operations, it's about user engagement. So who we are engaged with. So for that, we talk to users in Singapore, right? So we feel, okay, they are Web3 users. They are different age and different experience. And what are the findings we will find out? Actually, you see from the picture. So they are using tons of the tools and tons of different platform products. And then we'll give them more complexity. Then for different, we are marketeers, right? We like to categorize the users. So maybe some are newbies, maybe some are the mass curiosities, maybe there are some is very techy guys. Ultimately, what we will do is we will just build a product to satisfy them, to give them better experience. So, let's just skip this one. So we see from, last one, we see from them. So for them, if we are talking them into reality, they are managing assets in a very different way. Advanced users maybe will use some tool we talked earlier, but we also find out it's quite interesting. Someone will just use Excel or Google Sheet to manage their assets. So users are different. So the second one we are talking about is not about user operation, but talking about user engagement. For user engagement, what the roles, which team will play the role, typically the product. So the product need to build a user journey, not really build a product feature. So for marketers, so we are not alone to just doing so-called user growth or user operation or user engagement. We need to work hand in hand with the product team to ensure our product features can really satisfy the users from the user journey perspective. It's not adding one feature on top of another feature. Last but not least, I think we are talking about like, we are user company again, right? So when we are talking to the companies, our peers, or for example, wallet peers, maybe like 80% of the companies believe we provide very good service to the user already. But when we're doing a survey to the users, we will find out only 8% of the customers or users feel they get a good service. So the next question is, when we are talking about growth or even like user engagement, we will spend tons of money, right? So 500 billion spent on the marketing, that's globally just for all, right? Not only Web 2 or Web 3, so just for all. They doing the, some research company did the estimation. But you can see from 9 billion only spent for customer services. So the gap is huge. So we just believe we have a marketing team do the good operation, and then product team do the good product, then the magic works. But actually, the customer service is also lacking. So we are happy to see one of the wallet product like Zengo. Currently, they just, I also saw this recently, they have Zengo Pro. So they are charging the customer and then basically provide better service. Then we don't know the result yet, right? But we will happy to see based on some data. Also, the customer would love to pay to get the better services. So in the end, that's my kind of the topic today as well. So we want to do the user operation. So user operation is typically marketing, business as usual kind of job. So we have the team, we can do the user operation for sure, like marketing operation, no matter how you name it. But actually user engagement is something we need to work with product team to ensure we are building the product, satisfying the user, to build a journey, not build a feature. Last but not least, the entire company need to focus on the user experience. So the user experience maybe can help us to connect the user or your customer better. And then we put a triangle here, because if you want to do more, it seems like impossible. Maybe the last one is a wise person give the answer already, maybe. So the customer experience is a key. So if we can really put like user experience or customer experience there, then we can build the future. Currently, we see the future of the crypto is still growing, right? So dramatically it's growing. And define user is even more growing, even faster. So we believe with everybody in this room, with all of us together in the Web3 marketing or Web3 growth, we can do it. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank Noel for the insightful sharing, and we all know for user growth, and the Web3 community is a very important part, and we all know that we all always know that community first, and everyone will talk about it. But how to build your community, how to build your community vibe, and we are so honored to invite Dennis from Pudgy Penguin to share his insights about the culture of Pudgy Penguin. Welcome, Dennis. Hi. Hi, Dennis. Hi, Den. Okay. Yeah, and hold this and just click here, and this is the clicker.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Cool. Hello. Hi everyone. It's Dijon Dan here. You can call me Dennis. So yeah, I'm part of Pudgy Penguin team. I'm the Asia community lead. So I don't know how much you guys know about Pudgy Penguins. Maybe you heard of it a lot. And also, I think in the past, basically in the past 2 years, it's very funny, right? Before the new CEO Luca, he got on board, right? Actually, a lot of people they have heard of Pudgy Penguins, yeah. But the thing is, I think because of the previous team, the performance is not really up to standard. That we don't have the hype. Obviously, we didn't have the hype when other projects, Coolcat or like Bored Ape, they are going up to the moon, while Pudgy Penguin are still here, like at 1 ETH, 2 ETH, something like that. So actually, we missed the best timing of the best timing of getting community. We missed the best timing to build a community. Yeah. So we were actually in quite a bad shape. Think about it. It was one of the worst NFT projects at the time, and then no one bought it, and people funding it, and probably the first NFT project being funded. that was like end of 2021. Yeah, and but very luckily that what make us still be here and what make Luca they decided to buy Pudgy Penguins is that I think our culture is different. The culture difference is that it is something very interesting for me as well because we started Pudgy Asia, the Asia community, last year around like August. So we just started 1 year. And it's quite a hard journey because we didn't have the community event or community group or in different countries. For example, at that time, we didn't even know who are penguins from Asia on Twitter. So we did a lot of different things to start making people involved in it. And one thing I find, let me show you. So right now we do have a lot of community members around the world. I think probably one of the strongest community members are in Asia. So we are actually doing quite well in the last 12 months in Asia. And one very interesting that we did is that we did a lot of sub-communities because we think that community is getting bigger and bigger. The connection, they will feel a little bit left out. So what we did is we did have sub-community. What it means that we started with Pudgy Asia, and we do have different country having their own local community. So this is actually, to me, this is actually empowerment. So empowerment is very important in Pudgy Penguins community. And because of the history of Pudgy Penguins, a lot of original OG holders, they were from DeFi. They were all like Web3 builders. They were not like Web2 or other people. They're more like something really embracing the Web3 vibe. So this actually makes us different because we have the culture that we can build something together. And for Pudgy Asia, what we did is that we try to encourage people to build. So I think the best way to build our community right now, a lot of people may ask me before, they ask me, what can we do to build a community? They may think of a lot of different things, right? For example, events, food and drinks for sure, right? And gifts, t-shirt or some souvenir, right? It is something very simple to think about. But to me, I would think, is this very sustainable? So people are coming to the event, they're coming to the community event to join the community because of the t-shirt, because of the food and drinks. Does it actually make a difference between your community and the other community? So to me, I think community is very important because there are so many different communities in the world. GameFi, DeFi, NFT, many different projects. And each one of us, we do belong to different communities. You may belong to the coffee community, you may belong to the GameFi community, you may belong to the NFT community, right? Even NFT, there are different vibes. Like think about Asuki, it can be something like cool, very like streetwear, very cool kids. Think about Pudgy, it will be like, oh, pretty cute stuff, and people are very nice, friendly. So for us, Pudgy Penguins, the very important note that we have is to spread the positivity. So this is a community that we can all be family. We can all support each other. And this is also something that people look for because think about it. If you are trying to start a project, and the hardest part may not be creating a product. Creating a product is something that you are passionate about, right? But the hardest part is who is gonna be your first supporter? Who are the people that tell other people you are good? This guy is very good. This project is sick. Check it out. So for Pudgy Penguins, what we are embracing is supporting our community members. What it means, for example, one of the very famous, obviously, Nansen from Alex. So he's a very OG penguin and he's very supportive as well. And seems to us like, if there are anything happen on Nansen, any like activity, we are happy to support. And think about some other different projects. We also, as a community leader, we would spread it out to other community members so that they can also support. So it means a lot because in the Web3 world, and we all try to be individual. It's decentralized. We can do it. We can do everything ourselves. But only one person, how much can you do? How much impact can you have, right? So with our community, what we do is, for example, if there is a Pudgy Penguins Korea, they do have some project locally in Korea. What we can do is, hey, what about Pudgy Asia, or what about other community members can support the project in Korea to help them to spread what they're doing, how good they are to other part of the Asia, and even other part of the world. So I think this is the culture that for Pudgy, we treat it very seriously. As in, all members are family members, and we can support them. And this is also one thing that we can build a community stronger, because this community is something that you can be helped, you can be supported, and at the same time you can do something that you believe in. Yeah. And also, if there are some different project owner in the huddle in the community, it's even easier to have collaboration. Think about it. If you have a friend, have a project, you don't need to have long discussion. Hey, let's collab. Yes, why not? Right? Because you know the guys. You know that he is a good guy. So it's just a matter of how we collab, right? So this is the vibe that we are doing right now. So to me, if you want to build community, the builder's culture is very important. Because the only thing that people, they feel that they belong to the community is not going there to get a drink. It's not going there to get a t-shirt. It's just going there to make some impact so that the other community members know that this guy is doing something. And this guy is part of this community because this guy actually make this presentation happen. Or this guy actually make the t-shirt happen. He is not just the one give, the one take. He is the one give. So I think this to me is very important culture in Web3. Of course, we always think that a lot of community members, they want to take something away, right? But if everyone try to give something to the community, first of all, it's going to be very sustainable because you're not going to put a lot of money into it. And what you do is basically incentivize or influence more people willing to build, willing to support the other members. So this is Pudgy Penguins. This is how we spread the vibe and how we build a community from scratch. And also how we keep on huddling. Even, think about it, even when we were so bad, down below 1 ETH, right? We were still supporting each other. And this is something that we believe that this is the core value of Pudgy Penguins. And of course, we are now doing good. We'll keep on doing better. And also, supporting more people joining the huddle. So if you guys have anything that you think that you would love to, collaborate with us, I'm really happy to talk to you guys and see, how we can collaborate. And also, there's one thing I always share. Whenever someone asks me, hey, if I want to do something with you guys, with Pudgy Penguins, or Pudgy Asia as a community, and I would say, yeah, sure, but it'll be easier if you get a penguin or get a little Pudgy. Because for us, supporting other community members is just a no-brainer. So it's not a question at all. So this is something that we always tell. At the same time, you can join the huddle and see how it feels, and also see if something that you can also take from the community and give to the community. So yeah, so this is Pudgy Penguins. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Big thanks to Dennis And I think we all love Pudgy Penguin not only for the avatar, but also for the prize. And our next session will our next session will be a panel. 这个经常会那个 Okay. And next session will be a panel. And we all know that there are numerous marketing tools in Web3 marketing. So this session will invite many marketing tools to join and to talk about the Web3 tools for Web3 marketing. This session will invite Chase, Long, Raphael, and CEO of Cookie3, Philip, and Particle Network Growth Manager Brian. Let's welcome them.
我觉得是不是后台把音量调高了，所以他经常这样。我现在明显感觉，你现在怎么说？
我们前面有很多空位，应该让观众然后都坐到这些空位上面来。现在显然这边很空。然后你再提醒这边来，然后可以去分清楚。如果想要交流，可以到那个办更 open 一点。
We invite Chess, Philip, and also Brian. Brian. Nice to meet you. Take a seat. Philip, nice to meet you. Also Chess? Yeah. Brian. Okay guys, I think we have run half of our agenda today already. Again, I think now even business classes have a free seats now. So welcome to join us in the first class and business class here. And then if you want to do some networking, feel free, just find a good cafe and bars downstairs. We have quite a lot of nice cafe and bars downstairs. Yeah? So now we still have some kind of business. How many seats? I don't know. 5 or 6. Welcome everybody to join.
Later you can use it as well. Okay. 先给他们用。
Yeah, now you see we are now in the panel. So today's panel is about marketing tools, Web3 marketing tools. And we also have the marketing leaders and also the industry leaders here to share with everybody. So what kind of the tools we should use and how they can benefit for business growth. Maybe to start first, we ask every marketing leaders here to introduce about themselves and also their project.
Hello, I'm Chess, the founder of QuestN and GM Labs. We are the all-in-one GM means growth and marketing network and attention marketplace. So we have all the Web3 projects to do growth and marketing. So if you have any need, feel free to let me know. And we really pleasure to support all the kind of projects and all the ways for growth and marketing. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, that's it. Hi, I'm Philip, CEO and co-founder of Cookie3. The attribution and user analytics platform. We are basically building Google Analytics, a Web3 alternative. Yeah, let's go. Hi everyone, I'm Rafa from 0x Scope. We are a data analytics company focused on user behavior.
Cool. Hi everyone, Brian here. So I lead growth at Particle Network. Essentially, Particle Network is a infrastructure platform. Hello? Hello? Oh yeah, it works. It's an infrastructure platform that... Hello? Should I think this might work.
Which one?
Yeah.
This one?
Okay. It feels like a lot of mic, but yeah. So essentially, I was saying that Particle Network is an infrastructure platform that does wallet as a what? Okay, I'll just speak and then you guys can just catch whatever you guys can catch. So we focus on wallet as a service and then authentication services to onboard like Web2 users through social logins like Google, Twitter, Facebook, and recently we just launched our V2, which is a ZK wallet as a service and intent-based protocol. Yeah, happy to be here and chat more about the marketing stuff.
Okay, thank you. Seems like
Is it low on battery?
no, I think. Sorry guys. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We shout. Because we have.
This works.
That works.
This works, but like I mean, yeah, it works till it doesn't.
Hello. No, it does not work. Sorry guys. I'm just. Because we have YouTube Live. We have YouTube Live.
Oh, okay.
Let's try. Let's do it. Yeah. Okay, actually, I'm just communicating to all the panelists because we have YouTube Live as well. So if we don't use a microphone, actually, why we have so many microphones is because something is streaming to online. Yeah. Anyway, so maybe first question, since we are talking about the marketing tools, there are so many tools in the market, no matter Web3 tools or some Web2 tools, right? So like Google Analytics. Anybody just want to share for all the team, all the people here, what kind of marketing tool you guys feel is very essential? You guys feel is they should just try to ensure they can have a good business growth. Who wants to answer this question first? Any?
Yeah. So basically, kudos to your previous presentation that Chess did, because it was really complex in terms of different strategies, including Web3 growth, customer acquisition, engagement, and others. In terms of my personal beliefs, I feel that you literally can't manage what you can't measure, what you don't measure. So basically, without measuring the performance of different marketing activities, it's really hard to spend and allocate money on different activities in terms of user acquisition, including ads, quests, some KOLs cooperation, press PR, together with the engagement of those users. So I would say that we are heading to this maturity level point of Web3 marketing that finally will be having ability to measure the performance of different activities around Web3 marketing.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting because I think for myself, I come from like a slightly different perspective. So these guys are building like a really good infrastructure, really good kind of analytics platform. That can you guys hear? Okay. Yeah. Does it work?
Just use it to at least YouTube streaming.
Okay. Yeah, so essentially what I was saying is that I come from like a slightly different perspective.
Can't hear. Okay. Got a screen now. Let's shout.
Hello.
I might lose my voice after one question. If I shout. Yeah, it's like after 5 days of like speaking.
Thank you.
Hi. Yeah. Is this better? Further? Okay.
Further from that.
Further away from this. Okay. Oh yeah, it works now. Okay, so essentially I was saying that I come from a slightly different perspective. From a protocol level, I think what tools and kind of analytics platform that like the fellow speakers are building is really helps to push and help marketing leaders in the space to have a better sense of like the user attribution, the effectiveness of the campaigns. But I think from a protocol perspective, how I kind of think about it is in terms of like the vision of the company as well as the short and medium term goals. And based on those goals, I would actually look for tools that will assist me in achieving those goals. So for example, if I'm looking at like social media, there are a lot of social media analytics platform out there, especially like for your Twitter, and they all have different type of functionalities. They all have different type of like features that you are able to analyze. But it's about finding the right one that suits your need. So for example, like for us, when it comes to social media, we've tried like Hootsuite, we tried TechFlow, we tried a lot of these other social media analysis platforms, and we kind of realized that we don't need so much data that, like, for example, Hootsuite would provide. And then we see that, like, for example, for TechFlow, I think it's a platform that a lot of people use to schedule tweets, and the analytics that TechFlow provides is actually quite sufficient. So it also depends on what kind of data you want, like, to measure, and then finding the top 3 social media analytics tool, trying them out, and then deciding which social media analytics tool you want to use. So that's like from my perspective, like in terms of like whether it's like social media, whether it's like community management, whether it's like customer CRM platform. I think that is the kind of approach that I take when it comes to deciding which tool to use.
Okay, thank you, and sorry about the microphone issue. Yeah, anyway, let's move on. So we also shared a lot of the challenge earlier. So when we say we want to touch, when we want to reach to the different audience, so any Web3 marketing tools you guys will just recommend? So can they really use the tools to reach out different audience type, or any kind of insight you can share to them? So if they want to do the better kind of the audience engagement or audience kind of growth, what kind of tools they should leverage and to use? Anyone want to share? You are?
Yeah. So personally, rather than single tools, I'd rather to talk more about strategies that people can leverage on when they expand in another market, right? So for example, for us, what has been pretty effective is definitely not this microphone, but what we would do when we get into a new market would be first targeting this market first targeting these markets KOL, trying to see if we can cooperate with them and actually add value to their community first, right? And then if we get a good response, we will track all the metrics, and even simple things such as link tracking can help you understand the traction behind each KOL and the content that they write, right? Once you reach this first step, the second thing that we do is we partner with actually news editorial from that market. So we would go, for example, if we expand to Korea, first we would try Korean KOLs. We would see how the content that they create does on social media, how the audience responds. This, of course, is all in a B2C mindset. And then we would talk with editorials such as in Korea, for example, would be QuestN, and we'll take it from there, right? And through a partnership with QuestN, then we will become more widespread with the public. So this kind of, the use of these two things, so KOL on one end and the media partnership on the other end, is working very well for us. One thing that I advise is always to keep track of where the traffic comes from and invest more decisively on those channels or people.
That's a good take on that. And also I would add additionally two things. So first of all, segmentation and segmenting the people you are reaching out, so you can understand actually the effectiveness, always working, of those different reach outs. So for example, you should first of all understand who is using your product.
Fair. There's some fairness.
Then you can create lookalike audiences of the same people, of your power users, and then start targeting them or retargeting to increase the effectiveness of your engagement, of your customer acquisition. The second thing is targeting. So the targeting we know from Web 2 is basically limited to different ads that we can spend some money on, including Facebook ads, Twitter ads, or any other platforms like AdWords. But basically, only few companies is providing that, and they're covering over 90% of the market in Web 2. In Web 3, we have variety of projects that are actually also answering those questions, obviously in much smaller scale right now, but it is much more distributed right now, and also targeting ability is really different comparing to Web 2, because in Web 3 we can segment and then retarget different people basing on their spendings, which are visible on chain, which is not impossible in Web 2. So yeah, I would say that segmentation, and targeting.
It works perfect. Okay, I jinxed it, but so I think for myself, how I think about it, like I totally agree. When it comes to like the go-to market, I think in Web3 it's more of like an art than science, because it's hard to optimize like the effectiveness of a certain strategy, but you get like a good inclination, a good intuition as to the directions that you're heading, and it's bringing in the users, it's bringing the growth in TVL, it's bringing the growth that you're looking for, and based on those intuition, you find like a better way to optimize.
Try this one again. Sorry.
Okay. Yep. Hi. Hello. Yeah. So based on that intuition, you have like a better sense of like which strategies you want to double down on, and you optimize those strategies based on the lessons that you have. And yeah, it's definitely important to be able to track what you are doing in terms of marketing, in terms of community building, and it kind of goes down to simple things like having like UTM links, having like your Bitly links to make sure that there is a good sense of which are the channels that are working more effectively than the others, and then doubling down on those particular channels. So I think that's from my perspective how I look at it.
Yeah. I think this works well. It's working now.
Hello.
Yeah. This is the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, due to the mic issue, maybe I come to the last question. So today I think you guys all feel, wow, last question is about security and privacy. Today our conversation is so secure, people even cannot hear because it's always breaking. So, like guessing, you see, even I cannot talk. So yeah, come to the last question or last thing want you guys to share. So since we are using so many tools, how the tools can ensure the privacy and the security for the users or even for the project? Because that is also like a quite important topic when we are talking about the tools.
Yeah. Privacy. Wait, hold on. Yeah. So Same. Oh, yeah. It feels like you are a rapper. Like when you say the F words, it will mute the sound. It's really like weird. And yeah, I think privacy is very important. And for all the data, I think in finally all the D apps are like the super app will build their own app chain, like use any other kind of solutions. So with the app chain, you will can have a solution for the privacy and data security things. Yeah, that's my answer. Well.
Yeah, so from my perspective, in terms of the privacy, I think the best solution is to have actually anywhere you are collecting any data about your individual users to opt in first by them, so they could have this choice whether they would like to provide you their data or not, because basically right now people are up for sharing their data, but some of them no, so it should be their own choice to actually decide about that.
Both very good points. If I can add something, would be train your team to recognize harmful, for example, phishing attacks, or to be on top of the best practices for safety in the industry, right? So you want everyone to be aware of how to defend best company information, user information, and how to navigate Web3, because can be a very tricky place to be.
I think we treat privacy very seriously as a protocol, and that was also why for the V2 that we launched, we actually have like things like confidential transactions, confidential authentication, which uses ZK technology to hide a certain information about the user from their wallet address, from their transactions that they're making. And I think this is also something that as an industry we are prioritizing it. Like there are a lot of thought leaders in the space. I think Vitalik has been talking about privacy quite a lot in the recent few months as well. And that's definitely like a big direction that the industry is heading towards. And I think when it comes to marketing-wise, there is also this other side of the spectrum where some users might be okay with certain amount of like information or attribution that is being done in exchange for a certain level of incentives, in exchange for a certain level of like access to a particular community. And I think the tools that build around those use cases have like their niche and will continue to have like a market, because ultimately as marketers, like we want to optimize the budget that we are putting into campaigns. We want to optimize whatever we are doing. So I do kind of see that like from a product perspective, privacy is definitely really important, but there's also this other side of the spectrum where there is a certain balance between like giving up some level of privacy in exchange for like a certain incentives, and that market will always be there and will continue to like I think the industry will continue to find ways to balance that demand of privacy as well as like things that needs to be attributed or can be attributed as a valuable information to marketers of like the Web3 protocols. So yeah, I think that's my take. And yeah, thanks.
Well, seems when we are talking about security and privacy, then suddenly Mike is back to normal. So, which means the security and privacy is super important. So, the last one before we close the panel, can every the market leaders here or the industry leaders here share one sentence to the audience here? If you just have one thing to advise to them, or like one sentence you want to share with the audience here, what are that one sentence? Who wants to go first?
I just said that, but I'm not sure if that was like heard. But you literally can't manage what you don't measure, and this is one sentence from me.
Yes.
I think one sentence from me it's about interacting and learning from other marketing leaders within the space, because Web3 marketing is like such a new field that everybody is still learning, finding out the best tools for different use cases, for different kind of objectives. And I think these conversations are a lot more helpful than trying to research it by yourself. Yeah.
Good one, good one. Personally, so I would say focus, period. Focus on one thing. Don't try to be everything to everyone. It will lead to nowhere.
Only one. Don't worry, be happy.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the panel discussion. Then I over to Solo for the next section. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you everyone for attending here. Okay, and wait. 哎，我不能把这个揣在包里吧？
他们现在就是
restart 那个microphone system，
OK，
可能需要一点时间可以。
喂 ？Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, and we'll jump to the final session, and our final session will focus on the regional marketing. We will talk about the Chinese market, the Vietnam market, and also the Japanese market. And the first part belongs to me. Please let me also make a brief intro about ourselves and me. And this is Zolo, the partner of TechFlow, and we are a Chinese Web3 media and stand out for our in-depth content and our content quality. And we also have the highest Twitter influence among all the Chinese media platforms. So we are very happy to be here. And several months ago, we conducted a survey about the Chinese market. And in this part, I will share more about our insights and findings, and hope this will be helpful for you to know more about the Chinese market. I can do it. Okay. At first, I want to emphasize that if we think about Chinese market, it's not just include China mainland market. We are doing the marketing for the global Chinese users. So China mainland is just part of the market. We have many other markets to influence the Web3 Chinese users. So this is the first graphic we have done a survey for the Chinese market. You can see that besides China mainland or Hong Kong or Taiwan, there are many other countries have the Chinese users. You can see that like Indonesia, there are with over 10 million Chinese users, and in Thailand, about 10 million. But keep in mind that this data not shows the Web3 user. This data shows the Chinese user. So this data may be kind of high, and this is the highest 6 countries besides the mainland China, Hong Kong, Taiwan. Yeah, you can see through this data, we can also go some deep dive to see how many Web3 users in this country. So this is another data you maybe want to know more about. You can see that there are 2 main segments. The first is that if we look about the mainland China, Hong Kong, SR, Taiwan, and Singapore, there are over 20 million Chinese users. But if we think more about other countries where there are many Chinese users, we can see that there are about 23 million Chinese users. So if you do marketing or do some Chinese marketing campaign, you will just influence about 23 million Chinese users. I think this is a very high number, but we will know Hello. We all know that there are many kind of different regions to influence the Chinese user. So this is just the total number. That in the segment, we will also share more about regional marketing, about how to influence more Web3 users. And we all know that if we think about Chinese marketing or Chinese Web3 users, China mainland is a very hot topic. And we have served many Web3 projects. Right now, maybe over 100. And many projects will ask me about how your users buy our token. Can you join our Discord or can you join our Telegram? Every time they ask me, I will respond that just try to see some Chinese in your Discord or your Telegram. You can see that how many Chinese users have joined your group. So about how they join the group, this is kind of maybe sensitive, but please don't worry that Chinese users can find their own ways to join your group or to buy your crypto. And I want to also introduce some crypto policies in China to let you know that why you are more interested in China and why these users have to use some other method to join your group. We all know that in 2017, China government have banned the ICO. We all know that Binance, OKX, and many other exchanges, they started very early, but after 2017, they began to overseas. So right now, every exchange you use is a global exchange. But before 2017, they put more efforts in Chinese market. And then after 2021, government also banned many Bitcoin miners. So we all know that 521 and Bitcoin suffer a big crash, and many tokens suffer a big crash because many miners have to give up their mining business in China mainland. They have to go overseas. So after after these two policies, many miners, exchanges, and users have to go abroad and to see more chance to join the crypto. I think from my personal experience, when I know the crypto, when I jump into the rabbit hole, I think it's very hard to give up crypto because it's very interesting and maybe sometimes you have high benefit, but sometimes you will also suffer some very high loss. But I think after 2021, more and more users just be more global, and Chinese users never disappear. They just find another place to join the crypto. And if we dig more into the Chinese user, because we have many traffic in Chinese-speaking region, so we conduct survey about our users, and this is a result. So we do a survey about how much you will invest in the crypto, and maybe this is just a rough data for your inference. You'll find that there have the highest investment proportion in the market is about 10,000 to 100,000 USD. And the second part is about 100,000 to 500,000 USD. In my opinion, I think this amount is kind of high. And we all know that right now, Japan or Korea market is also bring very many topics. But I think this data also shows that there are many potential in Chinese market, and I kind of think that they may invest kind of heavy in the crypto. And the second part is what they are interested in. So you will find that if we look into the specific area, you can find that they are more interested in the DeFi, infra, and NFT. Please keep in mind that the survey is finished in the Q1. So I guess right now, maybe NFT will be lower because we suffer many crash. And right now in Chinese market, there are many good games bring out, like Matrix, like Mahjong, and many other games. So GameFi will be more. And for the layer 1 or layer 2, you can find that Ethereum absolutely is number 1. And second is Arbitrum and BNB chain and other more. So this is their interest in different area. The second part, the third part, maybe you will interested more, because if you want to do marketing in Web3 market, you will find many kinds of ways to touch them, to influence them. So which way is the effective way? We can find that through our survey, media, Twitter, and WeChat is highest 3 part that you have to do if you want to do marketing for Web3 users. As I just mentioned, after 2021, many users began to just go overseas or find other ways to jump into crypto, as well as the KOL. So maybe before 2021 or before this day, and many KOL run their Weibo, which like Chinese Twitter in their platform. But after that, Weibo always close their or ban their Twitter account, ban their Weibo account. So they also jump to Twitter to operate their account. So you will find that Twitter have more and more influence. So you can also not just find Weibo KOL, you can also find Twitter KOL to influence the Chinese users. So I think this is the main reason why Twitter stand out in the whole population. Yeah. And second is WeChat and media. I want to emphasize more about WeChat because this is just like the WhatsApp or Kakao in Korea. If you want to do more in Chinese market or if you want to operate your community more or better, maybe you have to operate your WeChat community. But keep in mind that there also have some regulations about WeChat. So if you want to operate your WeChat community, you may keep in mind that don't share some rug news or just guide them to buy your token. Just be clear that don't share some that bad news. Okay. Okay. The fourth part is about the exchange, and Binance and OKX is absolutely the top 1 and top 2. And through our survey, we can see that Big Gate is top 3, and also the Gate. I will quick jump this part. Okay, the fifth part is about the how long have you been in the crypto, and this is our survey, and we also will release this article in our platform, and I will also share our survey in our Telegram group. If you want to see more details, see more our insights, you can just join our Telegram group, and I will share this survey soon. Okay, and the next part is the Chinese media. Many partners will search us. We are TechFlow, yeah, and. So we also list many Chinese media because we are fair that I think they also worth to list it. But every media have their maybe own feature. Like Wu blockchain, I think many foreign projects may know Wu blockchain because they have many classic journalists and will do some exclusive news sometimes. And for like Foresight News, they are building more like a tool, and they explore many kinds of tool for users. And then maybe about Chaincatcher. Chaincatcher also have a VC called Catcher VC. So they always combine together to invest a project or server project. And then about like ODaily or Blockbeats, they are fast in many news and have many kinds of content. And we TechFlow stand for our in-depth content. We always writing original content and popular content in Chinese market, and we are standard for it. And also our Twitter influence is the highest, also the Twitter followers. And this is a simplified Chinese media. And we all know that if we're regarding the Chinese market, there are also Taiwan, Hong Kong, and many other regions. So we also list some traditional Chinese media like Block Temple in Taiwan, and AB Media in Taiwan, and Matters in Hong Kong, and some more. So if you want to get into Chinese market, if you want to find some media, maybe, in my opinion, maybe you can just find find some partners in this page. And also, we are very happy if you contact me for more cooperation. Okay, the next part is about QOLs. I think every project will pay more attention on the QOLs right now, which means influencer. And there are many Chinese QOLs in Twitter and YouTube and Weibo. Why I don't list Weibo? Because I think there is high risk. Their account may be banned. So I think Twitter and YouTube will be better. But how to contact the influencer, how to cooperate with them, I will share in the next part. Okay, and before I share how to cooperate with them, I want to also share. Hello, okay. Before I share how to cooperate with them, I also want to share more about if you want to jump into Chinese market. You know, every regional market have their own interests, have their own narratives. So you may know which kind of project the Chinese users may be interested in more. So I just listed 3 main points. Like maybe you can just emphasize that you may have potential airdrops. But keep in mind that if you emphasize this, Chinese market will have many studios and many like airdrop studios to join your project, and you will find many bots in your project. So just you can use like zero X scope tools to find these bots out. But I think potential airdrop is also a good way to acquire more person. The question is that you need to use another tools to identify which one is a bot. The second part is we are kind of don't like the Chinese pure projects, which means if the whole member of this project is all from Chinese, maybe this market will not be very interested in. It's hard to say, but the fact is this. So you can see that many Chinese projects will find some internal employees to join and to maybe join some activity or event for them. The third part is that maybe you can find some investment from famous VCs. This will be a big strength for you. And the fourth part is that we all know that this year early, many projects which backed by many famous VCs has suffered a crash or suffered a wreck. So the VC strength may not be very high right now, but they will pay more attention to the operational capabilities. They want to know your team, how do you operate your project? Are you well in this part? Because if you operate your project very well, your token or your further assets may have a good presence, so they will pay more attention to the operational capabilities. Yeah. So this part is for just what I mentioned, how to communicate with the KOLs. I may jump this part because this kind of the details. And as I just mentioned, you can search our report and to know more about this page. Okay, the last page is about Chinese VCs. This part is kind of interesting because just I mentioned that maybe very early we admire the global VC like Paradigm or how to say that in English, A16Z or some other famous VC. But we all know that many projects, even they are backed by the famous VC, they also can be a drug pool or can also be a crash. And you backed by the very famous VC don't mean that your token will have a good presence. So especially after the crash of FTX, more and more Chinese users don't trust the famous VC in Chinese market. And so I want to list this page that some VCs with Chinese background, actually we can contact every VC in this page, because we have media and we have various resources. If you want to just contact them, if you want to reach them, we can help you to do that. And I want to say that in Chinese market, there are also many VCs. So the Chinese market don't just think if you're backed by like top global VCs is strength. They also think like Dragonfly, NGC, Folius, and IOSG and more, like ForceIX, OKX Venture, Y2Z, and more Chinese VCs stand out. So in Chinese market, you have no need to find some famous global VC. You can also find some famous Chinese VC. They also have they also can do some benefit for you. And if you're backed by some top VC, it's also will benefit for you to acquire more, not even just users, and also for many industry resources. Okay, and this is my part. And as I mentioned, I will share our detailed report in our group. You can join our Telegram group through the event link. And hope this will be helpful for all the friends if you want to open your Chinese market. And this is my part. And also, this is my Telegram. If you want to contact me, just scan the QR code. And I'm very happy to help everyone to join Chinese market. And we also have many resources in global market. And thank you so much. And this is my part. Okay, and okay, I'm the host of today and also the speaker. The next part, we will dive into the VLM market. We will invite head of BD of Coin98. Coin98 do a very success business in VLM market. So we are very happy to invite me from Coin98 to share their marketing experience in VLM market. Welcome me. Hey. Hi, Min. Hi. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just hold this, right?
Yeah. And just this. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Thank you.
go. Yeah.
All right, awesome. All right, hi guys. Hi guys, it's Ming. I'm the head of BD at Coin98. So so this one we're talking about a little bit quick intro about Coin98, what we do, and also the Vietnam market and how you guys can also expand in Vietnam, right? It's really emerging market. So let's get started. All right, so I want to start it Coin98. We do a lot of DeFi products, and the most important thing is the wallet, right? So into the wallet, we call it super app, where you can do pretty much everything from fiat on off-ramp to swap, store, everything. The app browser as well, you access all the apps there. So here's actually what we can achieve with Coin98, since 2020. So right now we have almost 8 million users globally, around 20-25% from Vietnam, since that's where we're based and that's where we build the foundation. We also have a lot of in Southeast Asia and Asia, especially in Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, and of course in Singapore, China, Korea, Japan as well. So right now you see that we support over 70 plus blockchain because we believe that multi-chain is the future. So definitely multi-chain chain-agnostic. And yeah, so this is quite a few stats that we have at Coin98 Wallet. And we also backed by quite a top global investor. So we have Hash, Binance Labs, Spartan, Multicoin. We actually the 2020 Binance Launchpad in 2021. So already 2 years ago. So that's just a bit of background what we do at Coin98, so you can understand what we come from. And so we'll talk about more about Vietnam market now. Right, so the first thing, why Vietnam, right? You're in Singapore, the financial hub, everyone's coming here, right? Or KBW, but why Vietnam? So in terms of stats, Vietnam actually the number one in terms of crypto ownership and adoptions. Also number 3 in MetaMask as well, you can see. So I think in terms of like user market, where you can get a lot of user, Vietnam is definitely there, along with a lot of others. Actually, I have an update on this like really recently. So because of Dubai, right? So Dubai is #1 now, but like 1-2 years ago, it's like Vietnam's right up there, and you'll see Singapore is right underneath this, right? So in terms of adoptions, yeah, these are the countries. So so you want to go to Vietnam, right? But how we do it? So we started out as a research community based in Vietnam in 2017. And so this is what we do. So I'm sharing this with you guys so you can like know how we do it. But there's a lot of other, many other ways that you can like penetrate the market as well. So the first thing that definitely start with like getting in touch with top media and also like giving a good research-based traffic to the Vietnamese user, because Vietnamese user they want to learn and research a lot more compared to other markets. I feel like. The next one is like going to articles. So like long form article is something that Vietnamese user are really interested in. So as you can hear, we are ranked 1 for like global index for coordinated insights. So all our articles published here always had really good traffic. So we have around like 2 million traffic per month. And it's like in bear market, right? So in bull market, it's like up to 5 million or something like that. So. We also have interviews. So this is something that I don't see many other media or even other countries do a lot. So deep dive interviews with like high profile people can also give you a great insight as well. So this one that we did with Jack, who's the head of listing at Coinbase. And also videos. So I'm not sure how is it in Singapore, but YouTube is still really big in Vietnam, and people like still learn, actually like got educated by YouTube videos. So this one we do, we put a lot of effort in like high quality videos that actually like in Vietnamese and also like in English as well. So yeah, so these like a sponsor videos could be really good for projects that want to come to Vietnam, like provide a detailed deep dive videos. So yeah. The last one, but really important as well, is social media distribution, right? So you guys, everyone here is building like social media distribution channels, whether it's Telegram, Facebook. So like Facebook is interesting because in Vietnam, Facebook is still really popular. A lot of people still use Facebook. But I know like, for example, in China, it can be like a different channels, right? So yeah, in Vietnam, besides like Telegram, Discord, Twitter, they're all like crypto apps. You definitely want to tap into Facebook. So that's why we have the Facebook group with over 100,000 people there. All right, so I want to give a bit of like, beside all of that things, right? You want to do events too, just like, Token 24/9. So why so popular? Why a lot of people flying from the US, Europe to here in Asia is because of events. So for example, this is the one that we hosted in July called GM Vietnam. It's funny because the QuestN team also changed the name to GM as well. So yeah, GM Vietnam is supposed to be the Vietnam Blockchain Week, and we yeah. So if you ever if you just visited Korea as well, so KBW is what's trying to aim for GM Vietnam as well. So yeah, here's some also numbers about GM Vietnam. So you plan to visit Vietnam for business trip or anything like that. So here's your excuse next year, in July. So we have quite a few people. So we have over 6,000 people to attend the event, really like crypto native. So it's really different than like just any tech event where you got a lot of people, but not that crypto native, right? So yeah, so here's like, a few stats about the GM Vietnam. Yeah, so we have a lot of booths as well. So you look at that picture on the left, it's like crazy, crazy crowded. So actually, I believe that this year we have more people than KBW. So we have over 6,000 and KBU around 5,000, I think. Yeah, we also have an NFT exhibition as well. So and NFT community can also be a good target if you guys doing like NFT. So yeah, we are really, really focusing on NFT as well at the event. And also the culture as well, which I think that is quite lacking when it's like a tech conference, right? You talk about the culture as well. And yeah, of course, you can network, connect with people, you know, take a picture so you remember their faces after 2 weeks conference, right? So yeah, same thing. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. That's all that we did at Coin98 and how you can also expand in Vietnam, you know. Those are everything that we do. I'm sure that other ways as well. But I'm happy to chat more with everyone here to, you know, want to learn more Vietnam, Coin98, what we do, and how we can help you guys to also tap into the Vietnam market. So thank you guys. Solo, right? Yeah. Nice to meet you, man. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, second B, and next part is the final part, and we will focus on the Japan market. You know, recently in Japan, there is an event, WebX, and we are so honored that this time we have invited the organizer of WebX, Makoto, CoinPost's Chief Strategy Officer, and also Tamara, and Head of Communications of FEB, and also Kenny, the co-founder of Man Network, and also Laura, Head of International Expansion of Linear. And we are so happy to also introduce our TechFlow journalist, Sunny, to help to moderate this part. Welcome, everyone. Hey, team. Makoto呢？ Makoto呢？ 快。Thank you.
I hope the microphone is working well this time. And we're waiting for one more guest, Makoto. Yeah, he's coming. I can definitely feel the excitement from the networking crowd. Yeah. I think we're oversubscribed today. Yeah.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Later, you guys can use the microphone. Finally, the microphone is back. Later, I think it's going to be shared by the panelists, and you can use this one.
Welcome.
I'm sorry. I wasn't at the speaker room.
Yeah, let's get started. So finally it comes to the final panel of today. So regional marketing in Japan. So speaking of Japan, we as TechFlow Media.
Microphone come too close.
所以我们要放在
And then when you press use, just pull it on. Long press, pull on.
Okay.
Yeah. And this one also because it's for YouTube.
So we as TechFlow, we published an insightful Japanese market report this year. And it's strange that Japan is so close to us, yet we know so little about Japan. So today is our opportunity to learn more about Japanese crypto market. So today we've invited 2 native Japanese crypto builders, Makoto and Tamara. So Tamara is the head of communication at FEB, a PR agency in Japan, and Makoto is the chief strategy officer at CoinPost, the largest Japanese crypto media in terms of traffic. And we also invited 2 international speakers, so Kenny from Meta Network, and also Laura from Linear, the layer 1 under consensus. So first of all, let's welcome our panelists to introduce themselves. First, Makoto, can you introduce yourself and how you, as a chief strategy in CoinPost, do in Japan?
Hi everyone, I'm Makoto from. Or do we share that one microphone? Hi,
everyone. I'm Makaro from CoinPost. I'm currently leading the Chief Strategy Officer at CoinPost. And CoinPost is founded 2017. And currently, in terms of the traffic, we do have around like 1 million MAU in Japanese market. And we are publishing the daily news or daily analytics about crypto as TechFlow. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Tamara. As you can see, I'm not Japanese. I was born in Russia, but I live in Japan for a long time. And 5 years I'm doing crypto in Japan, Web3. We are PR and marketing agency working from 2017, and I do think that we've built the most number of communities in Japan. Different times, 2 crypto winters, and I do think we are survivors, all of us. And I do think that people who stayed till the end are the most, dedicated to Japanese market. So let's discuss. Let's have a good discussion.
Hi everyone, my name is Kenny. I'm one of the co-founders of Manta Network. It is an EVM-based L2 specifically for ZK applications. Prior to Manta Network, I was the teaching assistant for Gary Gensler, who's now the chairman of the SEC. And prior to that, I started a cloud computing company. Manta Network, in terms of the community side, we've built a very international base, and we actually currently are very aggressively prioritizing Japan. So, there's just some do's and don'ts in terms of mistakes and learnings around the way.
Hi, my name is Laura. I'm the head of international expansion of Consensus. We introduced a ZK EVM layer 2 named Linear this year. Regarding international expansion, it's always about Asia, Latin America, as well as Africa. We're taking care of both, two product, MetaMask as well as Linear. So we learn from, very limited data access that we have based on both MetaMask and Linear, and try to explore how could we further make ourselves succeed in Asia. And frankly speaking, as of today, Japan is actually one of the highest quality market among Asia.
So first of all, let's start the question from outside in. So I'm just wondering how Laura and Kenny perceive Japanese market from an international perspective in the crypto market.
Sure. I think I can share 2 learning journey that I have, one from MetaMask, one from Linear. From MetaMask, we actually have a little bit data access about MetaMask on and off ramp, saying when a user start to interact with the on and off ramp aggregator we introduce on MetaMask, users start the journey by declare which country they're from. That is the starting point for us to know a user who want to have an on-ramp experience or demand on MetaMask, where they come from. Japan is always one of the, I would say, top 13 countries in terms of MAU in MetaMask. The penetration, the definition of penetration, is actually during the month, number of users who utilize MetaMask on-ramp in this geographic location, divided by user that from our understanding coming from this location in terms of MAU. The penetration within Japan is actually one of the highest among Asia, but what you'll be very surprised is that we actually support multiple instant payment methods across Asia. For example, UPI in India. We used to support VTelePay in Vietnam as well. However, we don't support instant payment method, for example, PayPay. I'm trying my best to explore this conversation with companies like PayPay. But the funny fact that even though with credit card or debit card on-ramp in Japan, which meant that overall speaking, the service cost is around, it's actually within a range of 6 to 9%, depending on which service provider a user will use. So within the 6 to 9% slippage that user ultimately experiencing, Japan is still one of the highest demand in Asia. That's my first lesson learned about Japanese market. The second lesson I learned is about Japanese gaming market. That's actually from one of our ecosystem partner in Linear. They taught me that for Japanese market, as long as the project itself care about the players. They listen to the feedback in Discord. For whatever survey that they made in Discord, they take action and showing that they care about the survey result, they are making action, they make the product development based on the feedback rather than based on their own product discovery. That's actually what the user love, and that's end up with super good project retention.
Some really good data points. Thank you for sharing. I guess I can talk a little bit about our experience, and not just in a Japanese context, but in like relativity to other communities. I'd say one thing that we observed is that, at least for us, and this may not be true for all communities, is that Japanese communities for Manta are pretty sensitive to regulation, compliance, right? And so I think this is kind of the same trend that we're currently seeing in Japan right now, where regulation is extremely clear. I think that's actually a really good benefit for the market, just because we already see this playing out in the Western market where the rules are a bit vague. There's no clear definition on anything, and it leads to actually stifling innovation. But when these types of rules are very clear, then it makes it very easy to understand exactly what can be done, what can't be done, how to innovate. And so one side is on the regulatory. The other one is around just community sentiment. I'd say that the Japanese community is the nicest community that we have. I think it's just an extension of the culture, of course. But with that being said, right, like they're at least for us, have been extremely patient and very understanding and supportive. And there are more aggressive communities out there. Like Russia is a very aggressive community. So just trying to understand the temperament of your community is extremely important as well, because as you guys are expanding into different locations, you don't want to obviously have the person in charge of all of APAC going into Japan, right? You probably want local Japanese presence. And so the type of person that you hire to be a community manager in Japan has to have a very different type of personality than the person you hire for Russia. Right? The Russia person probably has to be able to take a lot of criticism and dish back a lot of criticism, whereas the Japanese moderator probably should not be criticizing. Yeah, so just some thoughts.
Yeah, so Laura have demonstrated some data points about Japanese users, and thank you, Kenny, for sharing about your insights of Japanese communities. So as an insider, Tamara and Makoto, can you share about what do you think is the key difference in terms of user, VC, founder environment in Japanese crypto market from other Asian markets?
Yeah, I would agree about the community being very gentle, and I agree that this is a part of the nationality, so national feature of the person. Japan community is very loyal. I just went to Korea and I talked to many people. It's not my boss, it's Korean people, researchers was that Korean users are flippers. So today they love one project, tomorrow they can love another project. But in Japan, the community is very loyal. It takes a long run to build your community, but they will be staying with you forever, like really. And another feature for my side, like 5 years myself talking to Japanese crypto people every day, basically, they are great researchers. So it's really hard to provide some unqualified information to them. They will research deeply. So there are different researchers community, very active in Japan, like 3 to 5. And they do excellent job even compared to such of Mesari and other big players in research industry, I would say.
Okay, so other speakers said 2 points regarding the regulation part and the community part. I think the regulation part, as it said, regulation in Japan is already really clear, and if you guys don't, when we have any unclear point about regulation, we can email TJFSA and they will give you a really clear answer. So it's really good to expand Japanese market with very specific plan or plan. And community part is like Tamara-san said, like they are really loyal. Yeah, this is a very good point of Japanese market, and this is a very different point of from other markets as compared with Korean market. As I'm Korean, actually, my parents are Korean, so yeah, I really understand like how do Koreans feel. Like, yeah, there is no Japanese here. Okay, so basically, we do love gambling. Yeah, we do love gambling. So when people see crypto, this is very different from Japan and Korea. Like the Korean see it as like casino. No offense. But we do see like investment. So once we buy the one specific token, we don't sell in the short term. So very interesting data is like given by JBCEA, self-regulatory organization in Japan. We have 2 million monthly active trading users in Japanese market, and it remains same even in the bull market or the bear market. So it says like we do have like very loyal crypto users in Japan. Yeah, that's the very different point from overseas market.
Right, we've spoken about comprehensive different things. Basically, we have regulations, wallets, research, communities. But second question, let's get it more narrow and dig deeper into how project can establish growth strategies in Japan, because I believe some audience here are very interested in learning about the strategy, how their project can build their user base in Japan from 0 to 1. But of course, different projects like wallets, exchanges, or other non-financial projects, they have different strategies. So can you guys share like what's the core 0 to 1 strategy you can share about for projects wanting to enter Japanese market and really growing their users there?
Okay. Is it working? No. Okay, can you hear me? No, it's not working. What's the reason?
Use one mic.
Oh, well, yeah, we can. Turn on.
Which one?
Okay, I do marketing in Japan for different projects, building their communities, and I would recommend to have some particular, just very detailed advices, to have some particular information in Japanese. On a good media, not that much would be necessary, but they will Google you up, and they have to find something, understand the PR points of the project all around in one place comprehensively. The second point is, especially at this market, to work with the communities through the KOL, through the leaders of each community. So there are different types of community in Japan, and each of them has its features, and you need to know with whom to work, with whom not to work, in what order, and what kind of contents they usually post. So what would be the best timing to talk to them and to create a particular collaboration. The projects I talk to always very surprised about Japanese KOL way of working, because on global you got the list of like 200 KOL, you know the prices and everything. It's not like that in Japan, absolutely. You have to discuss with them. You have to negotiate with them to become the kind of ambassador of the project. That's how we work. So you come with them with the particular idea of collaboration at a good timing, and you have to be brought by someone they know. That's, I guess, the best strategy to work with Japanese audience.
In terms of the marketing part, Tamara-san is expert, so I don't. I give you points about marketing side. I do think like for now, Japanese market is really open for Web3 in terms of the government part or the enterprise part. So the Japanese government gave set the crypto as the national policy last year. I forgot, but last year. So Japanese government is really now open for Web3. So the Japanese listed companies or other big giants, like the big companies, are now open for collaborating with Web3 companies in terms of the let's say IPs or in terms of the technical part. So if you guys are running like layer 1 or layer 2 chain, it's really not like easy, but they are open for negotiation right now. And if you guys are handling like GameFi or NFT project or any others, Japanese IP holders are really open for conversation right now. And not so many projects are getting into Japanese. It's getting more, but not so many projects are getting into Japanese market. So there is very big chance in Japanese market, I think. And for the community part, I think it's very important to have even like one or two who are really loyal to your project, because there are not so many like crypto users in Japanese market. As I said, there is only 2 million users. So, but they are very loyal, and then they are very willing to help you guys in terms of the expanding your branding, expanding your brand or getting more users. So it's very important to have 1 or 2 loyal users. And yeah, one thing is like most of the people, I say 99.999% of Japanese don't speak English. So it's better to have Japanese speaker in your team to get more better communication with Japanese users or Japanese enterprise. Yeah.
All right, I love this microphone. So flexible. So yeah, 2 additional points here, right? Like one about the influencer that you mentioned. I think that, you know, when we look at other larger global established communities, it's really hard to find the right influencers in order to push, right? Because like you've got some influencers who talk about trading, you got some influencers who talk about, you know, fundamentals, some influencers, et cetera, et cetera. And you tend to find that in some communities even there are gangs of influencers. So, you know, like Turkey, for example, is a very gang-oriented influencer community. And so if you ride with one gang, the other gang of influencers will not want to work with you. In Japan, because I think that it's a very fledgling community that's really kind of starting off, truly what we've seen is around like getting 3 to 5 of the right influencers can penetrate about like 80% of the market already. And so being able to identify those people, work with those people, and come in through recommendations, through other influencers, other businesses, other established projects in Japan is a huge plus and makes it very easy to work with them. The other thing is, you know, what do you communicate in the Japanese community? A lot of the conversations that we've seen through our research, the fundamental theme revolving is not about your token. It's not about what price your NFT is going to be 10 days from now, right? I think like, at least from our research, what we've seen is that the Japanese community really cares about the true core value proposition of what you're delivering. And I think one really good example of that is STEPN. STEPN, right, when it came out of nowhere, everyone bought STEPN shoes. I bought a bunch of STEPN shoes. Whoops. But then afterwards, right, after, you know, the STEPN collapse, the Japanese market is still really strong. There's a very vibrant and dedicated community that still uses STEPN on a daily basis. I don't think you really see that too much anywhere else because everyone else is kind of mad about the shoes that they bought, right? But the Japanese people, you know, they're very loyal because they understand the true value that STEPN is trying to provide, which is, you know, beyond the token for them, and more so about the exercise and being able to kind of, you know, build part of that community. So thinking about how to communicate your value proposition is fairly different in Japan as well.
I can share something from consensus perspective because, frankly speaking, we don't operate community either for MetaMask or for Linear, particularly for Japanese market. But previously, I think since 4 years ago, we do enterprise solution. We give up or sunset enterprise solution 1 year ago, but with Japanese government public saying that they see blockchain as the next generation of technology and encourage all the giant enterprise to participate or utilize blockchain technology. I have been on and off doing education session. I actually have an education session 2 weeks later for Japanese enterprise. they are the only country for big names that have been seen utilize Zoom translation. I'm not sure if anyone use the real-time Zoom translation, which means that there will be two real person sitting in the Zoom. That is a value-add service provided by Zoom. I presume it's cost several $100 an hour. And they utilize this solution. The reason is because most of the Japanese top management don't speak good English, but they are keen to understand how blockchain work. But there is also a problem for Japanese culture is that things move very slow, especially for giants. So on the one hand, they are keen to learn how this is truly going to work for their business. Well, on the other hand, on the one hand, decision making is super slow. I know there are several Japanese-based game projects that's still working with like Bandai Namco and Sega for 2 years, but haven't got the project launched yet. Well, I heard the latest updates that it will be launched in 6 months. But on the other hand, especially for game use case, when you talk about utilize the IP that start from Japan, is also very, very complicated business conversation. So that is what I learned about Japanese market, super loyalty, also meaning that's for deep partnership with domestic entities as well as local IP, that is also super difficult.
Maybe we can just keep, oh, right. There's only one microphone. Right.
Yeah, I think Laura listed a very interesting point of the Japanese market being very slow. So I'm just curious here, why are Japanese markets slow? I remember a few years ago, my first Japanese coin I bought was Jasmine, and then it was just crashed. And since then, I haven't really seen any, maybe it's, I don't have a focus there, so I haven't really seen any active projects. So from your perspective, Makoto and Tamara, are there any active projects that's seeking PR partnerships with you that's very famous in the Japanese market and gaining popularity?
I'm sorry about that, about Jasmine. Okay, why Japanese market is really slow as other markets is because I think it's not like because of the Web3. In the Web2 area, we are slow as well. So yeah, I say like there is no reason Japan is slow. Yeah, that's it, I think. And but from my perspective, like if like Japanese or Japanese giant companies, once they decided, they gonna be really fast. Like it takes really long time to negotiate with them now, to reach agreement with them. But once it agreed, I think they'll be more faster to move on to like yeah. And what was that? Second question. I'd say there is one project, of course, Aster. Aster Network is one of the most active and most successful project from Japan. And I think there is no so many like Web3 startups in the market because of the regulation part. Yeah, it improved, but it have been improved not so long. So there's not so many Web3 startups in Japanese market, but more like companies are getting into Web3 market. So they will be more active in next 1 or 2 years, because I heard that several Japanese like traditional gaming companies are going to publish their game, Web3 game in a year, within 2023 and early 2024. And as Sony, the very big company in Japan, announced they are going to launch their layer 1 chain, I think, yeah, in the future. So yeah, there will be so many Japanese traditional companies getting into Web3 market, not like startups, I think, yeah.
The first one about the speed. I think that the reason is in traditional business culture in Japan, people take their time, always take their time to reply. They never reply to you right away. And I think the reason for that is them to trying to provide the best quality. So they're caring about the quality too much. They can't compromise it with the speed, you know. And I always work with my Japanese partners, and they never want to build something on a rush. You know, when we run somewhere, they don't want to build any ideas or a quotation or anything. They always take time to do it properly. And for some reasons, I have so many global projects that try to work with Japanese-only company. It did not work out because response is too late and so on and so forth. And they, for example, come to our company because they prefer the global way of communication more than only Japanese one. And for the project, as Makoto-san mentioned, we have Astar, we have Oasis, we have several tokens nobody wants to mention, and I think we have more NFT projects being born in Japan. For example, I'm personally supporting, like my feelings, you know, I'm supporting a project called Nishikigo NFT. It's a digital village. It's a small village inside Japan with only 800 people living there. And they created NFT for 10,000 people to be e-residents of that place. And all together preserve that culture, go there to help to clean the snow when it's too heavy, and to keep that culture preserved. So it's very beautiful to me project, and this kind of culture-related or regional revitalization projects related are being born in front of my eyes very often.
Thank you. Yeah, so for the overarching theme of slowness, so before I started Manta and all this other stuff, my first company was in the cloud computing space. And so in the cloud computing space, I actually had quite a few clients in Japan. These are the large telecoms. And so in terms of an enterprise sale, I don't think Japan is really actually that slow, but it's just the nature of enterprise sales, right? This isn't something that's retail. You just download from the Apple store and just start using it, right? Enterprise sales take somewhere between 6 to 9 months, even longer depending on which industry you're in. And this is true regardless of if you're in Japan. So in terms of just the enterprise sales process, I think Japan is, fairly aligned with the timeline of many other businesses in and outside of the nation. And this gets to the next point, which is most of the innovation in Japan around Web3 blockchain starts at the top. It starts with the enterprises. It starts with the regulators, right? Like if you look at news around projects in other places, you see news about, oh, they did this fundraise, they launched that NFT, right? Like they did this and all that stuff. That's cool and all. But the news that you see in Japan is, oh, regulators decided on this. We're going to think about how to tax crypto. Binance is now, able to have enough clarity to launch in Japan, right? So it's very much enterprise-driven innovation, and so it moves at the enterprise pace. But I think that that's also at the same time very valuable, because then it's not these kind of fly-by-night projects that come in, do some sort of sketchy stuff and leave, right? Like these are in Japan, it's Astar launching with Sony, right? It's NFTs with Bandai Namco, right? It's not just like random things that are just pushed out for the sake of pushing, but more so really delivering value. And so I think because of that, they have to take that enterprise approach, work with these people that provide that credibility and provide that legitimacy, and that takes time.
I think another and also I totally agree in terms of one of the reasons for being slow is because quality matters a lot for Japanese market. Another thing I want to highlight is that when a project speaks to a Japanese company or another Japanese project, verbal agreement matters a lot. It's actually, I'm not sure, especially in this industry, or even in US culture, people like bluffing. But you need to pay attention that every single word you deliver to a Japanese project or Japanese counterparty, they take it super seriously. And I'm not saying that people want to lie to your counterpart or want to bluffing all the time. It's because in this industry, there's huge uncertainty. No one knows what will happen in the 3 months. But that will be a problem from Japanese market point of view. You overpromise something you can't control. Therefore, if you come back to this same person saying, sorry, market has been changed, you see FTX, they don't take that as an excuse. They say that you didn't think deep enough about what you're going to do, what you have been planned. You did not think through the downside risk, therefore you're not reliable and trustable. And that is another reason for it's actually very difficult to cut a deal with a team from Japan. But on the other hand, there won't be a trust issue on their end. As long as you cut a deal with them, you won't expect they come back to you saying that, okay, things change. They will for sure, whatever they agreed, even verbally, they will make it happen. That's a beautiful part of the Japanese market.
Actually, that reminds me of another thing in terms of verbal agreement. Yes, that's true. But I think one of the problems that we had early on, not at Manta, but at my cloud company, when we were like doing these sort of enterprise sales, was that I didn't understand what they were actually saying. Not that like, not from the language barrier, right? Their English was fine, but you really have to read between the lines sometimes. And this is what I learned after like speaking with one of my clients afterwards when we got to know each other more. And they don't tend to say no, they just don't say yes. And so, if you're in a conversation and they're like, oh yeah, I'll think about it, right? That's their polite way of saying no. And it's just something I never really realized. And I think that when you do play across these sort of international cultures, this lack of understanding, right, also contributes to the slowness. Because now, on my end, I'm thinking, oh great, he's gonna think about it, He's gonna come back to me in like a week, right? When in reality, he's just politely saying no. Yeah, so.
Yeah, the diligence part and overpromise part, and also the compliant environment, and also the B2B heavy environment kind of make Japanese quote unquote slow in the market. So I think here we are in a side event of Token 2049. How do you think we can collaborate together? Because Web3 is about collaboration, it's about borderless. So how do we collaborate together with the Japanese market to not only push the B2B forward, but also encourage B2C? But as I know, a Japanese population may play a role in the lack of 2C products. So in your view, how can we help the Japanese market to leverage their advantage of being diligent, their advantage of being promising, and their advantage of being value-driven to really push it to the international stage?
How can we help Japanese people? Maybe we can help them to find the ways to globalize their intellectual property and the projects that they have, because for Japan it's always a struggle to come from Japan to global for many reasons. The language, the difference of the culture are obvious ones, and also Japan is a very close community actually, so they it's really hard to do this leap to the new country and to talk to all the people you didn't know. So I don't know, just for example, any of you guys, do you know what kind of hobbies Web3 people in Japan have? There are two obvious ones, everyone knows if you are in Japan. Can you name it? Like Web3 plus something. Sauna?
And poker?
Poker? I would say futsal. Like football. So if you want to become friends with Japanese Web3 people, you can speak about sauna or futsal, or go together, or do something around that together. So there are so many small things that you have to know to get into the community, and it's kind of hard for them to go global, just as a fact. So yeah, maybe.
I'd say we are in Japanese market, most of the people only sees Japanese articles, so that we are doing the Japanese crypto media by Japanese. And I think that's why, like, that's the part of the reason why we don't have not so many like startups in Japan, because I feel like we are very lack of information from global markets. So most of the Japanese people don't know what's going on in global market and what is happening in global market. So it will help a lot if you guys come to Japan and share your insight or what you guys are doing, or even like you guys can host Twitter Space or doing some like YouTube Live or something with Japanese companies or a project. That would be very helpful for Japanese community, I think, and that's why we hold annual Web3 conference in Japan called WebX, and that's why we are doing the WebX. We want to bring more global users or global projects to Japan so that Japanese can understand or catch up global market, and like global project can know more about Japanese market. So if you guys can come to Japan or collaborate with Japanese project, that would be very helpful for entire Japanese market, I think.
But if I'm not mistaken, the next good chance to come to Japan is February, when you have the Japan Web3 Week.
Japan Web3 Week?
By CoinPost.
That would be end of August next year.
End of the August.
Yeah.
Thank you. Another thing is, and this is not just for the Japanese market. This is more so just for branding in general. I think it's very important, and I guess it's especially opportunistic in Japan right now, just because the market is such fledgling in relativity. It's opportunistic to build your territory. And I'm not talking about physical territory. I'm not talking about in community territory. I'm talking about intellectual territory, right? And so what mistakes that I see with a lot of projects when they talk to you, right, is they tell you why their project is so amazing. But like the reality is that there's 10 or 20 other projects that are doing the exact same thing, or maybe doing something very, very similar. And so instead of talking about, oh, my project is the best because my project does this and that, right? Like you have to define. And the definition is such an opportunity in the market right now, especially in Japan, but globally as well, right? Like, so one example here is modularity, right? The idea of modular. Everyone here is, I don't know if you guys have all heard about it. Raise your hand if you've heard of modular. Like, even if you don't know what it means. Okay, right, so it's an emerging trend. You know who coined that term and who's owning it? Celestia. Celestia made that term. And so now they're a part of the entire relevant conversation, because it's not about, hey, we're Celestia, we're the best because we do this and this and this, right? But it's more so, hey, why are you not concerned about modularity? Right? Like, because it's a huge problem right now, blah, blah, blah. Oh, by the way, we do modularity. They own that definition, right? When you think about decentralization, the first crypto that comes to mind is probably Bitcoin or Ethereum, right? They own those definitions. And so the question is, what definitions, what territories are you going to earn or own? In Japan, right, no one really talks about ZK. That's exactly the space that we play in. Everyone talks about GameFi, NFTs, and a lot of consumer-based products. And so for us, it's an opportunity to go in, educate people on why ZK is so important, right? It's very early stage still, but at the same time, hey, ZK is extremely important. Why aren't you looking at it? By the way, we do ZK, right? And so like that's the position we want to go in Japan, right? And globally, we want to define different components as well, but just something to think about for all the builders and projects out there, right? Like it's less about what project are you building and more about like what are you trying to define?
I think when we define Japanese market, there are actually two categories. One is the Japanese end user market, which means that you operate a project, you want to bring this project to the end users in Japan. Another category is actually Japanese digital asset. Like you want to approach Japanese project or Japanese IP and trying to bring this to the rest of the world. This actually not only applicable to Japan, but also applicable to a lot of major countries in Asia. And I presume that today we not only have people want to develop the end user space in Japan, but also want to do a business with Japanese project, with a Japanese IP. I think that is also something, from my understanding, could be super valuable. It shouldn't necessarily be started the giants that everyone knows the name, because the beautiful part of Japanese culture is that they make their IP sustainable in the world. Therefore, even tier 2, tier 3, as long as you can bring them good enough potential of making the project succeed outside Japanese, okay, that is also a very attractive opportunity.
Thank you, Laura, for bringing the IP point up. So here comes to our last questions. Speaking of Japanese market, for the audience who wants to enter it, what's the #1 compliance rule people need to know about it in order to do business, crypto business in Japan? Anyone?
It's not about compliance, but I would really recommend to test the market first, because Amanda just shared with us about the market fit, and you can have a lot of strategies and a lot of, the suggestions and everything, but before you try, you can never see the reaction. We do Asian community building one-stop in Korea, Japan, and China, and we do the same. We target the same people with local, focused activities, and we never know which one will boom, So you try it first. And the second very key to success factor is to find the right person in Japan, not only KOL, It's open information, but when you take it in one place, it's very interesting, actually. We have a Japanese lead for Animoca brands, for Polygon, for Ava, and for YDX, for powerful core community people. And I think it's a huge luck that they, managed to assign those people. One is ex-Cointelegraph JP, and another one is, ex-research company. So it's not a big community, and there are not so many good resources of people to assign. But if you manage to find the right person who will represent you in Japanese market, the local one, then I guess you're good. So this would be my suggestion. Not about compliance, I'm sorry.
Compliance part, because I was born in Japan and grew up in Japan, so I don't really know because it's pretty normal to be in Japan, so I can't know what is good and what is bad. But as Tamara-san said, it's very important to have specific goal in Japanese market when you enter Japanese market. Like if you guys are if you on the DeFi project, if you do marketing with no reason, you are going to waste money, because there are not so many DeFi users so far for now in Japanese market. But if you guys are looking into this market as like 10 years or 20 years, that would be really good, because you will be the first one who are expanding the Japanese DeFi market. So it's very important to have a specific goal. Like if you have GameFi, and you should have you are getting into Japanese market for getting IP or getting users. That would be very different approach if you have other strategy in Japan. So that would be my suggestion. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that having a goal, definitely important, and also the people you choose to represent you. Right. This is, again, not just for the Japanese community, but every single new community that you tap into. Apart from building the goal, right, there also needs to be someone that is essentially the CEO of that region. you have to go, at least we go into each region knowing that we know nothing about that region. And so the reason why we hire this other person is so that they build out that entire plan for us, right? If we're going to use, what do you call it? Facebook Messenger in China, right? It's not going to work. And so I think like building out your presence with the right person is important, but also making sure that that person is the person that's tapped into the community. So both on the representation side and also just in tune with exactly what the culture is like and the trends. It'll take you a very long way, and also ultimately just trust in that person to make them that CEO of that community that you need them to be.
I don't have to.
I was hoping for more data.
Okay, thank you everyone for sharing your insights. So now it's opportunity for the audience to give some questions to our panelists. Is there any questions I can take? Oh.
So in the panel, you mentioned that a lot of more incumbents, not startup, are stepping into Web3. Could you talk a little bit more about that? Maybe not just game, right? Like, are there any other aspects that they are stepping into at the moment? What's you're most excited about?
I think other than GameFi, I think the for now stablecoin or CBDC part, because we just opened the regulation for stablecoin. So I'm not really sure it's going to be the like JPY pegged stablecoin or USD pegged stablecoin into Japanese market, but that would be very big progress for Japanese market to have stablecoin, and that part will be very active in Japan. Do you have any others?
I think that Astar is doing really great in the enterprises collaborations. Besides building their own blockchain with Sony subsidiary, they also did a collaboration with Calbee, a snack maker. You go to a Japanese convenience store, you buy a pack of potato chips, you mint an NFT. It gives you just a memory of that pack, but they know your data, what kind of potato chips you like. So this is a huge, data founded business happening in Japan. And just yesterday, Watanabe-san, the Astar founder, just have another 20 deals on the table. So there will be much more enterprises collaborations with Web3. But the interesting point is that I do think that some part of Japanese enterprises are just, looking around and saying each other, everyone doing Web3, we need to do something. So, and they call to their SIA and give them the task, to think of something. So I'm not sure that all the collaborations are fundamentally through Web3 and will last for a long time, but there are some buzz around it for sure, right?
So I am building a Web3 game. So I think especially it is the card game. I know many Japanese plays offline TCG card games offline. So I want to enter the Japanese market. Do you have any suggestion for for the gaming project like us? Thank you.
Our whole panel with suggestions.
Okay. Any specific?
Yeah, sure. Just kidding with you.
I suggest that you find the right partner who will due diligence, make a proper due diligence on your PR points and connect you to right community leaders. And the format of a kind of closed meetup with those people would be a good point to kick off the collaboration, because you will get the chance to pitch to them about your project, and then if they decide so, they will become your ambassador and you will have this long run together, So find a good partner.
Yeah, I think same opinion as we talked in our session. Finding the good representative or community member, core community member in Japan, that would be very helpful for you in long-term success in Japanese market.
We can take last questions from you.
So I'm living in Japan, and I have a question because in Japan, people have
because of loyalty came as a point. There are a lot of loyalty programs which are running, like JR Pass has a loyalty program, Nanako Card is a loyalty program. So how do you see, because Japanese government is making steps to introduce Web3 and blockchain into the integration in the different, like SBTs are being announced with the My Number Card. So how do you think like loyalty program system is going to be probably integrated into the blockchain system for the new enterprises to come in?
I used to have a deep conversation with a payment company, and I actually just mentioned his name about the loyalty program. They're super excited about this idea, but frankly speaking, if you consider that from tech perspective, it needs to start from a custodial wallet. Therefore, theoretically, you need to introduce them about what is self-custodian, and that's you already lost, making them get lost about, okay, how this is going to work, and why custodial, why self-custodial. So most of the time they will end up introduce a custodial wallet, and then the next problem will be, I want to introduce my own network rather than EVM. They don't share the future of EVM should be the future. They see this should be, it's my loyalty program, it should be my network. And then things goes to, if you are going to introduce a loyalty program with a custodial wallet with your own network, I don't think any other Web3 people care about this project. So that's, from my understanding, the struggling thing you're going to face.
I think custodial wallets are not allowed right now in Japan. So you need to actually enter for the custodial wallets, you need to have a particular licenses in that. So I think probably in time to come, custodial wallets will be applicable, but that's a good answer altogether with the loyalty programs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for the lovely panel, and that's the end of the today. So hope you guys have a lovely time afterwards, and if you have more questions, please find out our panelists for more answers.
Yeah, okay, and that's really engaging discussion. So if you want to know more about Japanese market, you can just contact our panelists. And thank you for your coming, and I'm so happy that you can come here, and we are so amazing that there are so many people interested about this market. And please keep in mind that this is just the first time about the Web3 marketing event. We will soon launch in the second time. If you want to know more about our news, you can just join our Telegram group, and we will release news about the second time about the Web3 marketing event. And once again, thank you for all the Web3 marketers, and thank you for all the partners, and thank you for imToken to provide this awesome place. And thank you all again. See you next time. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
来，我来可以啊，谢谢。看看。